Times have been tough.
No doubt about it.
Tough on all of us. But you know what? So be it. The Workers Club.
Larry, were you really watching that Nickelodeon thing?
No, I was watching his interview.
Oh, his interview, Dan Schneider's interview.
Yeah.
I started watching the Nickelodeon.
The guy
thing.
interviewing him is basically the Chris Van Vliet of Nickelodeon, platforming the problematic.
I see. Well, I have that tied in. Man, watching that today, that tied into everything we're doing. I was watching that and watching these adults, these writers in the room, talking about how this guy was just something wasn't right. They were getting bullied. Things were changing. They couldn't do anything about it. He's putting his perverse thoughts into the sketches. People are looking around going, this isn't right.
I mean,
Somebody should say something.
What are the examples?
He has a foot thing. Kids start having to show their bare feet.
That I've heard.
There's a lot of just like shots and scenes that are like a guy putting a pickle through a hole in the wall, and then somebody like eats it or takes it. You know, I think they highlight is Ariana Grande. She's like, do you think you can get juice from a potato?
I saw that.
And she's like working the potato, and she's going, come on. And then she's pouring. She's like, can I drink water upside down? And she's laying on a bed, and she's tilting her head back, and she's pouring this water over her face and her chest. And they have Mark Summers from Double Dare watching it on like a phone, and he looks up and he goes, did this make it on the air? He's concerned. And what else? Just like they were like, yeah, on the all that thing. All of a sudden, we had to do these truth or dare or these like fear factor like challenges at the end of the show, where our name would get picked, and we wouldn't know what was going to happen to us. You know, and that was part of the whole setup. And so, like, one kid's like, yeah, I had to get submerged in peanut butter, and then dogs came out and had to like lick me. And he was like, what was that about? And then, or another kid, he's like, I don't think the other kid had to be submerged in worms. But they talk about, like, another kid goes, I was, this character who had a big nose. The noses on my costume looked like balls and a penis. And then I had to, like, snot on this woman's face. And it's just like this, like clear, viscous liquid on her face. Things like that. He does a lot of bits where he's in a hot tub with Amanda Bynes, who's like 12.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I was been thinking a lot about Brian because I finished the book, and because he talks in the book about this throughout the book that we've read. He's like, "Oh,
tea in the stew mug.
What's the flavor today?"
I don't know. I didn't ask.
It'll be a surprise.
Yeah.
I'm just drinking regular old beer. I feel like this book has the alcohol intake has skyrocketed.
It's breaking us.
Drug intake has skyrocketed. Many comments have been made in a group chat of "I hate this guy," which seems mean, but I think a lot of it is because with all the Vince stuff, it's like this guy's not an enabler, because Vince doesn't surround himself with well, I guess they're kind of enabling if they don't say, I see nothing, I say nothing.
Yeah.
But he's kind of into it. Later in the book, he watches on as Vince bullies others, and he's like, very nice. Not me. And, but I was thinking, because he says it's not his dream job, and I just kept thinking about, why is he doing this? Why was he there that long?
Yeah. And he was never really in charge. I know he keeps saying head writer, but he's always just a lackey.
He dives into that more. They try to give him more responsibility.
Yeah.
And he shuns it. But watching these writers talk about Dan Schneider, and they're like, I was not making a lot of money, and I just didn't say anything because I didn't want it to ruin my career. And it's like, your career of what? Watching or writing? I know that they think, I could hop, skip, jump, and all of a sudden I'm running a TV show. I suppose, but it's like, it's Nickelodeon. It's all that. It's, this is just the beginning of it, or it's the Amanda show. Or for like this guy, what's Brian going to turn writing for Raw for that many years? What's he turning it into? It's like Gus was saying. Even this now, he's kind of touting, I'm on $7. It's all wrestling related. And he's still back now with the company. Like, he's still in a never-ending consulting role. He's never left the consulting, really. So what is it just... I think it's, he talks about he's walking around Las Vegas, he's taking time off, he gets to kind of just... He likes kind of hanging out with Michael Hayes. He's a hoot. I think that it's just he's lazy. It's an easy gig. Yes, you get to have to be bullied and traumatized. You're in a cult, but he could be digging ditches. I don't know why any of these people just don't stand up and go, you know what? Writing this stuff that's just nothing, it's fine. I don't need it. This is too much. I don't need it. I don't know anybody do that. It's honorable to go do something else. Is it not? I'm like, what kind of mindset does somebody come up where he sees his uncle's name on the credits and he's like, I'm going to suffer through a lot of abuse to see mine. His name's not even in the credit.
Yeah.
He always puts things with his creations with, I helped. I was in the room. I helped with that. But he takes all the bad ideas. He's like, that's my bad. That was all me.
That's true.
What else?
Did you start already?
No, I did want to say sorry about, last week we were talking about he likes to put hats on people, and you brought up Bruce Pritchard, and I just kind of blew past in my mind and immediately went to Bruce Hart. But it's Brian's job. I agreed to put the hat on and for Bruce then to have somebody take it off and run away with it.
Yeah, okay. So it's a tag team idea.
Yes. I was listening back and I was like, damn it.
Peanut butter and chocolate meeting each other.
Yes.
I want to put a hat on someone's head, but what if someone steals the hat?
What if Goldberg steals his wig? We got a program. I just kept thinking about his well-rounded thing. I was stewing about that all week. Like, what's it? It's this whole generation now of fans screeching for stories, and it all comes back to that where he's like, "Yeah, we could have him beat somebody," which is like how you push somebody, you rack up wins. But where's the story? And it's like what are we talking about? None of these fans now know what story means. What do they think it means?
Yeah,
it means aping a superhero movie that came out 5 years ago and thinking it's a fucking brilliant.
Dude, everything is Avengers now. Everything.
Or Apocalypse Now. What a fucking idiot. Paul's gone. I mean, the Palestine stuff was weird 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and now he's out there. This pushes it over.
Maybe so. Yeah, we should do the Triple H. But let me pull it up real quick. It's a Triple H book. What is it?
Yeah, get some. I almost want to read the reviews.
It's called Making the Game.
Yes,
Making the Game.
It's out of print, but there's paper. You can find used paperbacks.
Man, I hope mine's really used.
No
Whoever.
one is going to have read it that many
There's a
times.
Stephanie McMahon fit DVD.
Ooh.
Get fit with Stephanie McMahon. Oh, these people.
Gus,
Anything but wrestling.
rip it for us.
Anything but wrestling.
How much is the stuff, DVD?
Hey,
Says the DVD is $5. Came out in 2014.
Okay, that's getting ordered.
we can compare it to the Bulldog one.
Bulldog one, yeah. Or they're in their basement and
Oh, then there's a Power series with Triple H, 6 hours. 6 workouts, I'm sorry. 6 workouts. Wish you had a ripped, sexy bod. That's on Steph's. So it's for women, I suppose. I never looked to myself and go, I wish I had a sexy bod. Cal Pozos, the director. What else did Cal do for them? Tango Passion. Cal Pozos learned to dance in minutes. VHS. A lot of dancing videos. Biggest Loser workout. Swing dancing. Party dancing. Billy Blanks Jr. Hip Hop Mix. Okay. And yeah.
Jeez.
You think Stephanie?
I'm reading a review right now, and it's a good one. I'm sorry. I know we should wait
Of
until
what?
we start
Of Triple H's or Steph's workout video?
Triple H's. I'm sure those are good too, but okay.
236 pages.
For making the game.
Yeah, for making the game.
There's probably a lot of pictures and diagrams in there. You can hope.
Oh boy, it's a great book for fitness tips and advice. Yep.
Yeah. So right, this guy says, I read this book about 15 years ago when I first got into bodybuilding. This book and the Arnold Bodybuilding Encyclopedia was my foundation to the sport. Triple H is loving this. I was very pleased to find a hardback on Amazon. While Triple H's and Arnold's approaches to bodybuilding are slightly different, the different perspectives allowed me to find what worked best for me. My edition is slightly different. Lettering on my cover sleeve is, quote, raised, unquote, which is really fancy. Features and newer picture of Triple H. You can tell because his hair is a little thinner pre-haircut, and his physique is a little flatter from age, and the WWE wellness policy. This guy's smart. If you like to learn as much as you possibly can from different bodybuilders, and you like professional wrestling, you buy now.
I like the Engler household. 5 stars. Product as described. That's it. Is there anything else? Book lover. Okay, this guy's horny. The pictures themselves are worth the money alone.
For the Steph book?
No, for Triple H.
The book could be shorter, someone says.
I mean, he's so boring that he stuffs it with. They're like, there's not enough here in your store, and he's like, what if we throw in fitness routines? I'm like, oh, okay. All right.
That'll be fun.
Okay, we'll do that one. So that's it. We're doing Triple H next. Let's see here. Got it here right for you, Larry. You ready, Larry?
Yeah, start.
Boom. Sent.
Go.
I sent it to you on Discord. You got to read that.
Okay, I didn't know if we were recording.
Oh, yeah. No, we've been recording.
Okay, good. Sorry.
For like 12 minutes, yeah.
It's the Workers Club, where we talk about being a part of the problem. It's like one of my favorite philosophers said, our society tends to regard as a sickness any mode of thought or behavior that is inconvenient for the system. This is plausible because when an individual doesn't fit into the system, it causes pain to the individual as well as problems for the system. Thus, the manipulation of an individual to adjust him to the system is seen as a cure for a sickness and therefore as good. Theodore Ted Kaczynski. Thank you. This has been my TED Talk.
Wow. What a groaner. That guy had some ideas. I agree with that.
Hey, let's talk MK Ultra. You really want to get into it?
Ted. Good old Ted.
Chicago boy.
He was fun.
If he wrote a book, it'd be kind of like Triple H's, where it'd be like, "This is how you get off the grid. This is how you live on your own." But also, here's my story.
Yeah.
Is Ted Kaczynski a better writer than Brian Gewirtz?
Clearly, did you just hear that?
Would you rather have Ted Kaczynski book An Hour of Raw or Brian Gewirtz?
Oh boy.
Oh, man, Cody's out there talking about systematic
The proletariat. He went to fucking Harvard. Where did Brian go? Syracuse.
Mm-hmm. He's not even on their alumni page. I checked.
Oof. Brian, get on that.
Brian doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. He's a loser.
That's why.
Brian,
he's
I know you're
online.
listening. Brian, you're a loser. You don't have a Wikipedia page. How's season 3 of Young Rock?
Was there season 3? He tweeted at the guy that there was.
I know. I don't know.
They must have filmed it and then must have it shopping
just gonna
around
come on a
something.
Peacock or
It's
something?
yeah.
I mean, I did stick my toe in the water rather by asking him, how does it feel to know that you'll never work for a legitimate show or write for a legitimate show? You know, I could have gone way harder. I just didn't want to disparage the name of the Workers
Kind
Club.
of toss it out there and see if he votes.
But this is going to be classic Brian, as we've learned.
Mm-hmm.
These are his real thoughts, but he's going to say he's playing a character since he was brought up on Raw.
Yes, sir.
Because when you're a coward, you have to speak through characters rather than owning your own emotions.
Yeah, it aired in last episode, February 24th, 2023. It's Florida 2000. Hollywood prospects on the upswing. Dwayne makes a good on a long-standing promise to his family. So they knew it was the end.
What is this about?
This was Young Rock's last episode, False Ceilings, episode 13, season 3.
Oh, okay.
The Johnsons reflect on how far they've come. Okay. Summerfest, Tales from the Guest Host Era, Chapter 16. Do you guys have any thoughts, or were you even watching during the guest host era?
I was lapsed for sure, but, I'm on the internet, so if something was stupid, I'd see it.
Yeah, I was checked out, but exactly, if it was something stupid, I would, catch wind of it. I might have tuned in a time or two, I think, just, if there was something that was oh, that seemed kind of fun, but...
Well, it's 2009, and gosh darn it, they're sick of the heel authority figure and the whole formula of it. So sick of it, they go right back to it when nothing else works. But he says it starts with the shake-up of the formula starts with him. When we, okay, me, proposed having Mike Adamle become the Raw GM. And he said,
why would you suggest that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. He says he's a nice guy. Okay, well, he does go into what his idea was. And of course, it's not an original idea, and there's a lot of problems with it. But first, he does a little aside where he says, meanwhile, in real life, WWE Creative was going through quite a few executive vice presidents. They're all clueless. They're in and they're out.
Yeah.
And one notable exec, he says, tried to endear himself to the writing team on the first day and made a choice one might deem questionable. This guy's the problem, not Vince. This guy's the problem. Vince never did anything questionable in front of anybody. One night, he and Ed Koski are walking to their cars with this guy, the unnamed, which I tried to find this guy. I tried to narrow it down. I came across a few guys, but I didn't feel comfortable throwing their name out there and be speculating because there just isn't. I could not find a trail on these guys. They're out in the cold Stanford parking lot.
What is the executive vice president of creative? What does that even mean?
That's
Head
where it
of-
was like I was finding so many executive vice
Right.
presidents.
That's why I
it was
didn't
hard
even
to narrow
think
it down.
to look.
The exec who, again, this we knew for one day, commented, "You like cold, then you'll love my wife's pussy."
Brian's
And
never worked on a job site. He wouldn't last.
Awkward, lingering silence, and he was gone within a few months. Footnote alert. But his legacy and that of his wife lives on.
Okay.
So he goes back to Mike Adamle, and he's talking to Vince, and he's like, "Here's my idea. It's like Michael Scott on The Office." Problem is, Vince had never seen The Office. And another problem was, and he says, brace yourself because this is a revelation, Mike Adamle is not a good comedic actor as Steve Carell.
Why did you put him in that position then, you fuck?
That's what I wrote. Why are we trying this then? It comes up again later. He's like, ooh, let's put somebody into a position they could not possibly succeed in.
I don't even remember it ever being played like that. Was it? If it was pretty damn subtle because I never.
Yeah, I don't remember that either.
He says we gave him too much material.
But I like the
passages
last.
of
Hang on, the
exposition.
last sitcom Vince had watched.
Yeah.
Sanford and Son. So
What does Vince do? I know he supposedly thinks about wrestling 24/7, but like he has to at some point. A TV is on. I mean, I remember, isn't Borat one of his favorite movies? So he sits and watches entertainment.
Wasn't there a time when he had definitely seen Austin Powers?
Mm-hmm.
Because they were then doing stuff about that. Yeah, you can usually tell.
So he says, he points out all the problems, lots of dialogue. He's not an actor. He couldn't memorize things. He's reading promos off of a clipboard. We are not playing into any of Mike's strengths. WWE's favorite thing to do. This guy can do this. What if he did something completely different? So somebody eventually, who is it? Who gives the idea? Stephanie. What if we had a celebrity GM every week? Or no, Vince ups it. What if they were a celebrity every week? So then they kind of get into their head that it's going to be, what Vince says, it'll be like Saturday Night Live, only better. And I wrote, I hate Vince and I think this company sucks. And at least Brian understands that under no circumstances was this going to be better than Saturday Night Live.
He knows.
Vince's comedy is an acquired taste. And he says, if you want to look at a comedy skit written exclusively by Vince, YouTube Derek Bateman, World's Strongest Man Perfume. That's a Vince original. And I watched it.
We all watched it, yeah.
Just generic bullshit. Like, it's not, there's no like.
It's bizarre.
Joke. Yeah.
It's almost David
bizarre.
Lynch type of. It's played straight, so you don't really know.
It's fun. It's somebody that's heard what people like, what's funny or comedy in their head, and what they put out is like the idea.
If you asked AI to write a joke,
yeah, there's no like. He's like, I've heard these words, and if you say them in this way, it should sound like it's supposed to be funny, but there's no actual jokes there. What did he say? It's just, man, I'm trying to remember now. There's one word that he throws out specifically that I was like, oh, that's Vince being funny. Mm. Oh, it's when he's describing like the perfume, makes you horned up. God, it's a Vince kind of phrase.
Look it up. Look it up.
Watch it right now.
Yeah, where's it at? You bring it up. Share the screen.
We'll watch it. Okay, let's see here. YouTube.
I don't remember it now.
Click on some of these.
Oh, there it is.
Rock, Triple H, Derek Bateman, World's Strongest Man Perfume. Okay, Derek Bateman Institute. What year was this?
I don't know. 2010?
I can't believe this guy never worked out for WWE. He just seems like... Why didn't that work out?
I don't know. I wasn't watching
Wasn't
at
it
the time.
something
But
stupid where like he got cheered as a heel or something, or it was something dumb where like he got like the wrong reaction or something, and they were just like, yeah, Vince was done with him.
Why can't I not select the tab that I wanted to share? Do I have to share a window? I'll share the window then.
are you talking about his first or second run?
Oh, second.
Okay.
Hey, can you see this?
Yeah, I can see it now. Can't hear it though.
Can't hear it?
No.
God damn it. Let me see here. This is being difficult now. Stop sharing. Okay. Well, it won't give me the option to share a tab for some reason. I'm so tech savvy.
Present. Share screen.
screen.
I'll do it.
You
Hang
need to do
on.
it. Now it's going to let me do it.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, here we go. See it?
Powerful,
Can you hear it?
physically impressive. Of course you have. So have I. That's why we here at the Derek Bateman Institute have created this cologne. World's Strongest Man. Now, I've been told it is derived from the actual sweat glands of the world's strongest man, Mark Henry. And with just one spray, you'll be overwhelmed by the powerful musk of Mark himself.
Warning, this product can cause aggressive sexual behavior if used within 50 feet of a hippopotamus.
That one
It may
right there.
cause pot-bellied pigs.
Hippopotamus.
This product also may cause hypertension in mosquitoes, wasps, or bumblebees.
Are you strong enough?
Michael Cole's face at the end there.
Remember Vince? That was his first word to Brian. Hippos kill people.
Mm-hmm.
And then all the pot-bellied pigs. It's just, I don't know. It's just, it's not particularly. I guess we're supposed to be laughing. Like we're supposed to be laughing that it's. I
It's
think
kind of
he had in his
Anchorman
head.
humor.
I was just thinking like Vince saw the Sex Panther thing
Yeah.
and then
Yes,
thought it was hilarious.
yes. Or, just, National Geographic and animals hooting and hollering. Let's see.
There's never been a human being like Vince McMahon.
So at first it went smoothly. Seth Green
Yeah.
was the first celebrity. Footnote alert. The night ended in a feel-good moment with the diminutive Seth. I can call him that since at 5'8", I'm of average height, according to a 1963 issue Reader's Digest. So I guess Seth is what, 5'1", something like that? He's feeling big, he's feeling tall.
You gonna make me do this? Green height. But see, Hollywood's gonna work a height too. It says he's 5'4".
Okay, so that's
5 feet
tops.
probably, yeah.
Yeah.
He's MJF. He's in that realm. Trouble began with Jeremy Piven. He was promoting the goods Live Hard, Sell Hard. So
I hate Jeremy Piven.
yeah, he's one of those guys. Yeah,
his fake hair, and I just hate him.
He's got a theater background. He takes himself very seriously, but you know he'll do whatever for a paycheck.
I feel like he's bitter because he didn't get famous till he was like 45.
Yeah, I like that. He definitely thinks he's above wrestling, which is, hey buddy, look around you. Where are you at right now? So they had a whole thing set up about him coming out in a robe, and it was probably like ha wrestling. So they send back the script. Vince approves it all, and head of WWE Celebrity Relations, which I cannot believe is even a title, VP Kristen Prouty, who knows, says Jeremy has a problem. He hates everything, especially him coming out in a pink robe. He loses it. Brian loses it. This was his idea, Jeremy's idea. But then there was Dr. Ken Jeong is also on the show. And Ken agrees to do some physical stuff. And
What is that stupid sentence? Just read it. It would
which one?
wind up with them both doing physicality in the ring.
Yes.
They can't even talk. Like, again, who is this book for? Like,
I was thinking about that too.
He confirms it. What I said in week 1 in a couple pages when he said Gen Xers. Except they're not reading it.
That's the thing. These guys, everyone writes the book as if non-fans are reading it. I think I thought about it this week. I think that nobody that's writing these books, Brett, whoever, they kind of know wrestling fans will. They assume that that's probably at the end of it. But they don't really know who would read, because they don't think very much of wrestling fans. So they're like, I didn't read books when I like it. So they've created, all these people that write these books, they've created this wrestling fan that doesn't know, they believe in kayfabe to a degree that they have to have things explained to them. But other stuff, not so much. It's weird.
We will explain the gorilla position in every single wrestling book.
Mm-hmm. They've never read any other wrestling books. They've never really watched anything else. I wonder, in Edge's book, because Edge is obsessed with quote-unquote smart fans, internet-dwelling geeks, reading the dirt sheets. He's obsessed with them. And
wait, who
which is funny. Edge.
Oh, okay.
Watch any of Edge's comedy.
Come on, listen. Remember, he blocked us, and I had never said anything to him. So he's clearly searching for people. He's very online.
That's the thing, because Dave loves Edge.
Yeah,
Dave loves Edge, and Edge just cannot handle it. I've seen.
Well, now we gotta read Edge's book and fucking grill him if he's that up in his feelings about it.
Go. It
is high on the list for sure.
I'm so fascinated by his odd obsession with the internet fan that I wanted. There's sketches I've seen from his ENC show where he makes fun of those fans because he thinks he has that same idea of them. Everyone has access to the internet now, that they're in their mom's basement. On his podcast with Christian, he would often talk about it. They don't know what they're talking about. Did it get 5 stars?
God, I've been seeing so much Edge too because I've been rewatching Raw and SmackDown 2002, and it's the ascent of Edge, and
it's funny. He's friends.
I've never gotten it.
He'll break his
friends. He's friends with Brian, and he says in that one segment, which we'll get to about the anonymous GM, where he's like, "Wow, his friend wrote this segment that he's participating in, and he's like, wow, we've gone from Stone Cold stunning Vince to me arguing with a robot. It's supposed to be for a laugh, but it's also sad."
Yeah.
So, Dr. Ken gets thrown out of the ring and lands on his head. Jeremy Piven calls it Summerfest.
Yeah.
And he's just like, it's bad. There's Shaquille O'Neal, there's Pee Wee Herman, there's Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne. They were well-received shows. But then there were Al Sharpton and NASCAR drivers Kyle Busch and Joey Logano and Kathy Lee and Hoda.
I couldn't believe that one. I've never seen that.
No. I think Adam Sandler was one, which I'm surprised he didn't throw out there. Adam Sandler, I think, did one. The Muppets, did he bring up to the Muppets, is, I think, well received. But then Tyson, I think, is this where he talks about Tyson?
Yeah.
They lose. I don't have anything. They lose Tyson. He's
Smoking weed, and that's scandalous because
weed.
Brian's a fucking nerd.
Yes. Or as Rock would say, smoke one of those funny cigarettes, because apparently Rock is also a virgin.
And Rock came up with that? I mean, that's not as Rock would
Funny.
say.
That's what he says. That's Rock calls marijuana funny cigarettes. Really? Rock? Rock calls them funny cigarettes. I can't believe that. But I know like that he attributes it to the Rock, as Rock would call it. The wacky tobacco.
No, nothing on any of these pages.
Yeah, I do. He does credit Eric. He just leaves it at that. Eric with a K. Had one of the great celebrity guest host moments. He was a Hollywood writer.
Yeah, he rode around in the Rascal. That's right. He
Yeah.
was older. Yeah, what did he do with Tyson?
Oh, no. The great moment is that he went and he owned a Iron Mike and Hulk Hogan
That's
magazine
right.
that they were on the
takes
cover.
it.
Yeah, and he shows it to Tyson to get it signed, and Tyson says, "Oh my God, the magazine was me and Hogan. I've been looking for this for years. You don't mind if I keep this, do you? Okay, bye." So that's what Tyson I can do.
Do you think you could fight Mike Tyson?
Yeah, I could. I've been watching him training. I could fight him. I don't know if I'd win. I've been seeing him train. I still got it. Guy's got a vicious jackhammer punch. Tyson grabbed the magazine and happily walked out of the room as Eric's face dropped, his Sharpie dangling from his hand. This made me think back to time I was in Tampa for spring training, and a guy had a jersey on a piece of board, and he was having any player he could get sign it, and one guy ran over. It wasn't anybody in particular, and the guy started signing and then lost control of the Sharpie, and the Sharpie ran down the jersey.
Oh, no.
And then the player went, "Sorry about that," and then ran off. And the guy just stood there, and he was looking around to his friend and anybody else standing by, like, the jersey's ruined now.
That's an incredible moment to witness.
I know. It was the guy was so like, "Sorry," Boop. And it wasn't even like Carl Crawford at the time. It was just some guy. He'd been invited to camp.
Yeah. Probably playing independent ball in Omaha now.
I'll sign it.
Playing for the beef. Or what are they called?
Oh, the beef. Hey, that's our football team.
That's right.
The
That's
indoor
what it
football
was.
team.
Yeah,
the indoor
okay.
football team. No, we had the Omaha Royals, but now they're called the Omaha Storm Chasers, I believe.
Are they for somebody
They
else?
play out.
Are they still a Royals?
Kansas City. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's unfortunate.
Well, I was that one time we went to a Royals game, and they're playing like the San Diego Mud Hens or something like that. And I was that guy that made a Mud Hens T-shirt.
Well, that's a Toledo team.
Okay, it was Toledo. It was somebody like that, and I showed up.
I've been to a Mud Hens game.
And I was texting my brother, wouldn't it be funny if there was just one guy that was like a Mud Hens fan? He's like, I guess. I don't know if anybody would care. I mean, we were mostly going because it was like, dollar beer night or whatever thing they had going. Sure enough, I wore the shirt that I made and cheered on those guys at the Ole Yahoo! So the other element of this whole thing is that Chris Jericho was supposed to be punched by Mike Tyson, and he thought the Sharpie thing was so funny he forgot to tell Jericho that Mike Tyson was going to punch him while in a somewhat quote-unquote altered state.
I know. Footnote.
Yep, the spot with Chris looked great and was totally safe. Footnote alert, I'm assuming.
I don't know what that means.
Check. And, well, he's not a worker.
Okay.
Maybe Chris Jericho felt differently. He's assuming, I guess. Eric quit the company a few weeks later. There you go. Good job, Eric. Whoever you are, won't give a last name. Tried to look him up too. Couldn't find anything about it. Guy didn't even put it on his resume. Excitement about an upcoming guest host depended on who you were. Vince and Michael Hayes in particular were very excited about Cheech and Chong. Double footnote alert. Nothing like 1970s drug humor on a PG-rated show where you can't say hell. I like that
Shut up,
Michael
Brian.
Hayes.
Yeah, right. Brian sucks. He doesn't get Cheech and Chong.
Vince and Michael Hayes, they love Cheech and Chong. You think they smoke with them?
I'd like to.
Absolutely.
I don't.
Bad Street, Atlanta, GA.
Do you think that Vince has seen Nash Bridges?
Just consider.
Yeah, wasn't Brett in Nash Bridges?
Steve.
Steve was.
No.
Oh, that's right.
He was
yeah.
a recurring character.
Just imagine smoking weed with Vince. You.
Oh, he's hungry.
Oh, he's gonna get into those tuna cans.
Yeah. He's going to
be doing a redneck impression. Really loudly.
Oh my god. Now you're making me like Vince. He's got a cowboy hat on. He's hee-hawing. His ass is hanging out.
Assless chaps.
Yeah.
He's hitting the blunt from his butt.
I would. If somebody presented me a can of tuna, but then they put a bunch of easy cheese on it, I'm eating it. I'll eat it, sure. I've eaten so many things under the influence of different things. He says what he was excited for, or everyone was excited for, Bob Barker.
Yeah.
The first spec script I ever wrote back in college was a Simpsons episode. You don't say. It's almost like he had somebody that had a connection, where Homer goes on The Price is Right. The note from my professor was maybe lean into more Simpsons-style humor and less Price is Right jokes.
Yeah, and that wouldn't have, like, The Simpsons at that point, like, that would have been so, like, off-brand. Like, that wasn't, like, they weren't in Silly Simpsons, like, let's go on an adventure, or, like, they were still very much in the Springfield universe. Like, yeah, that's...
It's just it's a whole episode devoted to a Price is Right parody.
But you're right. That would be like an season 29 episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we living in a world right now where Brian Gewirtz could be writing on The Simpsons a guest slot?
Yeah.
They do that now. They'll give a guest slot to a comedian. I don't know. I'm not calling him a comedian, but Pete Holmes has written for The Simpsons at this point. Yeesh.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And he's in the episode he wrote too. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yep. Yeah, the bar is low for cachet, and you do whatever you want with it. So he is in Chicago, and
They had
he's
George
18.
Carlin on the show, Jackie Mason, and Pete Holmes. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm just still taken aback that that's a thing.
I mean, I was excited when they had Tom Sharpling, but he was just doing a voice. I don't know if he's written for the show yet.
Anyways, sorry, go on.
I mean, they've had Albert Brooks.
Sure.
They've had some heavy hitters.
Yeah.
I went with so he's with Jessie Ward, a WWE stage manager. I think she's also footnote alert. Jessie Ward, and former contestant on MTV's Tough Enough 2. She was also, at my behest, the on-screen stage manager in the scene with Goldberg and Goldust, etching her place in WWE immortality.
Cool, so Brian got a handy or a bluey.
Come on, she's married to Tommaso Ciampa now. She's better.
I
than
remember liking her on Tough Enough too.
that. She left because of an injury, correct? That was
She
her.
was way too frail. She was like a stick figure. Like, you knew it wasn't gonna work.
So, well, see, the vibe I got, now later he alludes that he's like, oh, what? I figured all the women would be flocking to me. But the constant mentions, I gotta say, the constant mentions of gal pals that are his friends that he hangs out with during the day, I don't know, just kind of struck me as
We know what's going on.
just
Come at me,
okay.
Brian.
I'm just saying, okay.
For you to sue me, you have to prove that it's not true. Just remember that.
He's I don't know. We're just speculating, just kind of curious what's
It's a
going
satirical podcast.
on.
But seriously, Brian.
So he's drunk, or he says he's been drunk from the day drinking, and Bob wants to talk about the segment. His manager, so they go to the hotel, and they go. It's Dave Kapoor, correct? Is there with him?
Yes.
Yes. They go to Bob Barker's hotel suite. His manager, Henry, a very nice man wearing a suit, who somehow looked and most likely was older than Bob. Okay, what's this sentence here? Who somehow looked and most likely was older than Bob.
I have no idea what that means.
Kept reading that over and over again. So he was just right. He was an older man.
Yeah.
Henry, the agent, who somehow looked and most likely was older than Bob. So Bob comes out. He's wearing a robe. He's very like old Hollywood. He's like he's talking about his. He wanted to specifically talk about his charity, and they're like, "Well, we're gonna do that later, like online. We're gonna post that up online. We'll do a little vignette." And he says Bob slapped the shit out of him. I'm kidding, but it wouldn't have surprised me if he did. And I wrote, "Stop." But Bob does say, "That's for the internet. I don't want it just for the internet. I want it on the show." So he's like, well, normally the way things go around these parts, you'd say, well, Vince wants it that way. Sorry, nothing we can do. It might have been the drinking, or it might have been the need to impress. You don't say, Brian. But he's going to say, you got it, Bob. It's back in the show. I said, well, he's a people pleaser. He's very starstruck right now. Bob's standing there, dick swinging in his pajamas.
I'm trying to look up because I hope you don't. There's nothing notable, but Dennis Miller was a guest host. I have to see him doing stand-up on Raw. I mean,
Is he just laughing as he stood in the ring, just like, get a load of this? This isn't something he'd say, but whenever I think about it, it's something like, I feel like the gates of Temecula. It's like words, there's references, but Temecula's in there.
that's a good one.
It wasn't since Franz Ferdinand fired the first shot. What? Now I'm thinking.
Right, I want to see wrestling fans dealing with this.
Babe.
They're not going to get it.
What was that one? God, they always were doing them on SNL at the time in that Gulf War. The Colonel Schwarzkopf.
General Schwarzkopf.
Yeah.
Sorry, I referenced
it.
him.
Come down here, babe. He probably, Dennis Miller had a old wrestling reference in his back pocket.
Oh yeah. A Farmer Burns reference.
Yes. Yeah. What was that one wrestler's name? Sputnik. What was that one? Who am I thinking?
Monroe.
Sputnik Monroe. Yes, Sputnik. Every note Bob had, I simply said, "Done." So then Bob's happy. But then, by the way, how he says the Slam, Dennis Miller hosted the Slammy Awards episode, and Vince instructed Dennis Miller how to do stand-up comedy.
I mean, Vince is probably right.
So he's talking to Bob about where he's about going to karate chop Chavo Guerrero, and what Brian has done is he's read Bob Barker's memoir, which now, because he's brought it up in here, we can read it. Priceless Memories. And Bob's very like, it does it. Oh, you read Priceless Memories? I did indeed. So then he goes, say, would you boys like some white wine? Henry, let's get them some glasses. From there was a party. I told him about my Simpsons spec I wrote at Syracuse, and he ended the night with a boisterous, "Go Orange!" Years earlier, after Raw in LA, he does that. He breaks apart from the story. I found myself with my college friends hanging out at the Rainbow Bar on Sunset Boulevard. Okay. At the table next to us were Jericho, X-Pac, The Godfather, the band Cypress Hill, and various actresses from adult films. Name names, Brian. If you know them, you know them. Despite any heat I had at the time, my friends and I were invited to join the table. By the end of the evening, wrestlers, porn stars, and Cypress Hill were chanting my name in unison in an attempt to peer pressure me into taking a hit of what was then an illegal substance for the first time in my life. What year was this? So it's Jericho's debuted.
It would have been, what, 99?
It's got to be
So
99
after-
or 2000, yeah.
Yeah, 2000.
No, it's definitely 99 because Y2J.
Which I did. I know. Such a rebel.
Shut the fuck up.
So,
He needs to be H-bombed. I said it before, I'll say it again.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do.
if he was, would he write about it? Or would he keep that to himself?
I
You don't
think
think
he'd be too
Hardcore Holly at least
ashamed.
tried? Yeah.
He should have.
Brian, here, I got you a coffee. Drink this. And he's like, well, okay, I can't trust Brian. Hardcore Holly's too. He's not subtle at all. Brian knows what's up. Why is he bringing me a drink? They don't shout what in the Price is Right studio audience when someone's bidding on a toaster. Footnote alert. Have I mentioned how much I hate the what chant? Well, then write better material. This guy was there during the entire down cycle of this
You were
company.
the head writer.
And boy, I swear those what chants just never left and never got taken care of, and they never figured it out or tried. And the fans still do it to this day, to even the top stars, because the fans are bored and they just want entrances, and they wait for the near falls and the end. And that's it. And he kind of ends it with, what if we had a general manager and no one knew who it was? Yeah. Chapter 17, The Crazy Eyes. And boy, I thought the footnotes were dying. The footnotes are back in a big way for this chapter. Get that pen ready. So, and he answers his own question on the following page. Would it be cool? And the answer was no. Oh no, he's answering something else. Sorry, I got confused. In short, the answer was no. That's what I said to friends who asked, did you ever consider putting yourself on the show? There's a long history of writers, or as they were known, okay, are you ready for strap in? Are you ready for this, Gus? Are you ready for this? This is going to hit you right between the eyes. This is Brian right here. I couldn't believe this sentence. There's a long history of writers, or, as they were known before the mid-90s, bookers. Got that? You follow that? Before the mid-90s, writers were known as bookers. So is Brian a booker or is Vince a writer?
You think if Ole and Brian were in the same room, he's like, yeah, I'm a booker, just like you.
Picture Brian and Ole sitting across from a table, and Brian goes, "So you're the writer here, huh?" and I'm a booker like you. We're the same. It's a mirror.
What the fuck? Lex enters the room and checks his pants. Fine.
So he says, so as they were known before the mid-90s, bookers, quote unquote, putting themselves on television. There's a long history of that. These writers putting themselves on television. The results have usually ended in resentment at best. Especially if you were a wrestler serving as booker, making yourself capital C champion. He keeps capitalizing champion out of nowhere. It's weird. But I was like,
but hang on a second. If he's going back to the time of bookers,
yeah,
this is lots of guys were the champ and booked themselves. It
Yes.
wasn't disastrous.
That was the whole point. You own the
Yes.
territory, you were the
Yeah.
booker, and keep it in the family.
I underlined at best question mark. At best, he really thinks that the best that would ever come out of it is resentment. But then he's just thinking about Vince Russo and like maybe he's heard of like
Of course.
late term Dusty or something like that or
Kip
something
Fry.
weird.
Kip Fry put himself on. So did Jim Hurd. They both put
But there's no
themselves
way
on.
he's
They
thinking
all
about
did.
like
Watts
anybody
did,
else.
Fritz did. Like,
Yeah.
how many hours of non WWE wrestling has Brian watched?
Under 20.
Absolutely.
When the network started, he booted it up. He looked at all that was available.
Immediately
then-
went to the Booker T clip.
Went to the
Saw
Bob
his
Barker
name.
episode. Yeah, went to that. Went to all his highlights. The good stuff. Went to the Roddy playlist. Yes, when it was good.
I missed that first network.
God, that was so great.
Well, you were a big fan of Swerved.
I don't think I ever watched a single episode.
Paige running around zapping people.
But one of my dudes was on the list. Did you ever watch the list on there?
List.
Maybe we would just do like
What's the
top
list?
10 lists. Like top
Oh yeah,
10.
I watched some of those. Yeah.
Okay. He's a talking head on one of those.
What do we think about Vince when he does the thing where he acts? That's so bizarre because everyone has to act like they don't know who Vince is, and he's got like a really crappy wig on his head and a mustache.
Is that what it is?
And he's doing a southern accent because of course that's funny, right? And he's checking people as they come into the building. He's like a security guy, and he's going, "Come on here, come over here."
I wish I could find this now.
Okay, let's.
But hey, you know what was great too is the camp WWE,
Oh yeah.
because
I
that
never
like
watched
played into like Vince is crazy on that show, and Triple H is what's his gimmick on there? I think
He's
like
an
Vince
idiot.
hates him
Yeah.
on the show. Like there's a lot of like weird real things going on there. It's very meta.
Who wrote for that? Because they're a better writer than Brian.
They were.
I'm gonna send this to Larry. Never seen this, huh? Oh, it's just Vince going "Meh," as he's waving the wand around a guy.
Oh, maybe I have. Where did you send this? Oh, there it is. Okay. He looks so stupid.
I know, and they're like, nobody knows.
Hang on.
Nobody knows. Just a guy that looks like Vince.
2 minutes. All right, you keep going with what you're doing. I'm gonna watch
All
this.
right. Okay. Let's see.
Oh God, he's got a stupid stomach.
Well, you know it was Vince if otherwise.
All right.
So, during the Monday Night Wars, Vince McMahon and Eric Bischoff, they'd be on TV. Of course, they weren't typical writers. He's doing it again. They're writers. They're writers.
Eric was a producer, you fucking schmuck. I'm so done with him. I'm just done.
Well, I wrote, when he goes, of course they weren't typical writers, I wrote, as in not writers at all. That's how not typical they were. Wrestling writers, on the other hand, no one knows who you are if you're doing your job right, and yet here we are. We know who he is. He won't shut the fuck up on Twitter these days.
Yeah, he's craving validation because he's never gotten it because he doesn't deserve it.
It's his time. It's
And
his
you know
time.
what's sad is, remember, the only fucking episode of the Jenny show was wrestling related that he wrote.
And
So it's not even like there's
any.
any. And the Malcolm and Eddie one, or no? What?
No, Big Wolf on Campus was
Big
wrestling.
Wolf on Campus. Yes.
Wolf on how could we forget? We forget so quickly.
His one credit. He's Hollywood because of that. And here we go, Larry. Some people believe movies are a director's medium, and that scripted television is a writer's medium. What do you think? I think it was more the showrunner that dictates the TV show, which is essentially. I mean, there are directors for episodes, and
I won't. But right, they're not as important. I don't know. I couldn't explain why, but I think he's right.
I think he's right.
Yeah.
Mark that up. Brian's first W in the book.
Well, but
Wrestling is-
he's not even saying it's his idea. He says some people believe. So it's not.
Yeah, that's true. Some people believe. No. So, well, even though WWE is scripted, wrestling is and has always been a performer's medium. Does great writing contribute to its success? Of course. Can a terribly written segment or angle bring a show down? I can personally attest, absolutely. There you go. Footnote alert.
Yeah.
Talks about wrestling's it factor. You know it when you see it. Footnote. You picking out some pajamas? That's not the footnote.
I would like to
Footnote.
know who Ryan has seen is like, that guy has it.
His eye for talent.
Yeah.
Well, he likes.
I'd really like to know that list.
It's
I
guys
mean,
who are friendly with him.
Mhm.
Oh, I know.
At this point, it would be, if he's backstage, it's anybody holding an action figure, which is almost all of them. So he's pointing at Gargano. He's pointing at
Him and Ricochet.
the New Day guys, and Ricochet. They're flipping through comic books. Jim Cornette's crying as he's watching all of this. The tears down his face. What happened?
What did happen?
Footnote, and then he writes, this is a mega footnote alert, I feel like. Maybe throw in a bomb explosion as well. Because he writes, there's the asterisk, then it writes, note. And I wrote, foot? Note. Literally every wrestler alive thinks they have it. Many do. Many more do not. There you go. Okay. Vince always believed in the concept of that's my guy or girl, meaning he's. I love that this is a Vince concept. When you're watching something that's creative and it's a story, you're like rooting for someone. Oh, yay! And he's like, yeah, that's what we want. Somebody that that people want to root for. I just underlined when he wrote, sure, I, parentheses, eventually knew it wasn't real. He's talking about wrestling.
Yeah.
So he says here, he does have a little aside. When I first entered WWE, I'll admit it, I thought, wow, maybe I can sneak in under the radar as a backstage interviewer, get involved in an angle, become a manager like Bobby Heenan, get a verse in the eventual remake of the classic WWE. He's just joking around now. And then become attracted to women wrestling fans with extremely low standards. But then when he was back there and everyone hated him, that all evaporated. And he was the new quote-unquote Hollywood guy. I already had mega heat as it was.
And it's funny though, because he's not a Hollywood guy. He's a Hollywood failure.
Yeah, I wrote wrestling's so stupid that they look at this guy, and I'm
It's
sure
Hollywood.
I'm sure Hardcore Holly's not logging on to IMDb and going, he's just got one credit. Like this guy hasn't really done anything. But who was like, oh, that guy's from Hollywood? Who said that? Then it traveled all the way around.
Well, listen, he was one of the first. You got to remember that, because before it was just Russo Ferrara.
You think it was?
And they're fucking goofballs who aren't from Hollywood.
You think Vince was rolling his eyes?
Actually, Ferrara did have some background though, so
Yeah.
I'll take that point away.
Well, it's Hollywood code.
Yeah.
I'm gonna speculate that it was Vince talking to the wrestlers, going, "Bro, they're bringing in some Hollywood guy."
Yeah, but they didn't hire him until he quit. Remember?
Oh, I thought he was in the interview process. Oh, yes.
They interviewed once, but yeah, that's when they just offered him.
Maybe he was saying that, and he was like, I put a stop to that. We don't need that.
Maybe.
And then when they left, he shows up, and they're like, that's that Hollywood guy. So he brings up that he's producing a segment on Sunday Night Heat with Kurt Angle at the old WWF New York restaurant. This was during the time I had dyed my hair blue in an attempt to seem NYC hip. Footnote alert.
He wanted to be what John Rocker said.
This book has turned Gus into... John Rocker
Sorry, I just remembered what the other half of that was. I forgot, but yeah.
Gus, this book is turning Gus into me. He's about to get violent on these guys.
This guy needs to be bullied. That's the takeaway. Like,
first of all, we've already been speculating. So he's dyeing his hair blue in New York City at this time to be hip? Or is that kind of what's going on in his scene? I look down and get close. Footnote is, it didn't work. But then Kurt does get to say in a shot, what's your story? Smurf take a dump on your head? I'm sure if I saw it at the time, I would have chuckled. Can we find that segment on I'm sure we could find it on Peacock, right? A Sunday Night Heat?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are on there. I didn't care to.
Was that one of those shows that they were slow to put all the ones up there? It seemed like a couple of series they were slow to put on.
Like Velocity, I know they've only got like 12 episodes up or something. It's just gonna get worse when they go to Netflix too. I gotta.
By the way, we've had a footnote on every page, and it doesn't stop. Here we go. He also was a waiter. He's bring up times he's been on camera. He was also a waiter serving you just wrote Perry Saturn, serving Perry Saturn a bowl of mustard and a side order of crayons. Footnote alert. To recap, Perry's character had a head injury, spoke in non sequiturs, and became physically attracted to a mop in a storyline that would not be remotely attempted today.
Yep.
Okay. So the story on why he was even the waiter is that they had hired somebody, and the guy just was mumbling. He was incoherent. They could not get him to say the lines and make it clear.
It's weird.
Yeah, it is. It's odd. Like, how many lines did he have? Here, sir. Here's your order. I turned to Arn Anderson, the producer on location with me, and asked for advice. He replied as only Arn can. I don't think you got it. Oh, man. Come on now. I can do this. Hold on, Arn. I'm trying to find it. I'm thinking about when he pulled out the Glock. I don't think you got it. Oh, man. Come on. I don't think you got a choice. Shit in the mumbly son of a bitch and strap on the apron. Cody. Go. Where's Arn in this whole bloodline thing? Cody.
Always accused me of having a touch of the Alzheimer's.
Does Tony Khan allow Arn to show up on WWE television just to get speared out of his shoes by Roman?
Listen, if
I was
him,
thinking AEW went downhill the second like Arn stopped showing up on TV. I think that's a direct comparison.
yeah, if he did the gun to Roman, I would watch.
No question. If Arn's on TV every week, you've got me.
And Cody wonders why his run was kind of like ill-fated in AEW. Arn slapped him and then told him that he would shoot a guy and that Cody was a bitch for not shooting someone that disrespected him. I'm like just reminiscing in my mind. I'm thinking about like Aleister Black kicking Arn across the head, dropping him like a sack of shit. It wasn't. Oh, don't get Dave started. Wasn't Arn managing Wardlow for a hot second?
Yeah, it was.
Whoops! What happened with that?
Are the rankings still going?
I think that
No.
I think they dropped him again. I think they just do him in blurbs. That's wild that Brian Alvarez can bully somebody like that. Don't let Brian Alvarez bully you. So there he goes. He's on the deal. Then he goes, Dave Kapoor was a new writer in 2007.
I never knew that guy was a writer.
He was.
I just, knew him from Kali.
Yeah, he's a earnest, friendly, with a big California accent. Dave will do anything, which came back to haunt him. Dave, who happens to speak Kali's Punjabi language.
Hey, remember, that is the exact wording Brett told Diana not to say to Vince. Remember, she's like, "I'll do anything you ask me to do."
Yes.
Brett's like, "Never to say that again."
Yep. So Vince thinks Kali needs a new manager, and he asks Dave. I wonder how he came to land on Dave, the writer. Do you think he knew that he spoke Punjabi?
No.
Or is he like...
If Muhammad Hassan was there, he would have asked him. Anyone with a tan.
Yeah. Now Dave Kapoor is Rajin Singh. And he's accompanying him. I'm sure he's doing his just regular California accent.
Yeah.
Just saying the great Kali says you should all bask in his greatness.
Well, he does speak in his own voice.
He doesn't do an intense...
No.
Okay.
I'm not going to do it.
At least from what I remember.
Kali goes from the monster heel to the fun-loving dancing babyface. Footnote alert. There's an alarming number of monster heels in WWE who eventually turn into dancing babyfaces for no particular reason.
Because you can't write for them, Brian, and they're not getting over it. It's your fault. Accept the responsibility.
It happened to Matt Bloom twice. He went from Prince Albert to the hip-hop hippo, and years later, even Lord Tensai to the fun-loving dancing Lord Tensai. I said, keep going through people. Why? Booking expert. Yes, booking expert. Creative genius Vince. Go. Keep going.
When Albert was Atron, he was the fucking man. Giant Bernard. Let's go.
It's almost like Vince has one idea of something and just forever brings it back. One time it worked. One time. Maybe who's to blame? Hillbilly Jim? Who's the big guy that was dancing around where Vince was like, it's money? Who was it?
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there was somebody before Hillbilly.
Yeah, I don't think so.
George the Animal Steel. If Vince would have thought about the dancing thing.
Oh, yeah.
George the Animal's dancing. When did George the Animal Steel die? Did he ever do a segment with Eugene?
No, I don't think they did. He was still alive then, but...
Missed opportunity. I always loved the George the Animal Steel LJ. Is it LJN? LJN? Yeah. Because they had like his hair, because he's hairy, but they're like little, it was like he was textured.
Oh, okay.
I always was like, he's weird. Oh, the texture thing. I was like, nobody else is textured. Tactile when you're a kid. You almost got like a grip to him.
It helps your poor motor skills.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was drawn to George the Animal Steel. My brother threw the Macho Man one at me, and I ducked, and it hit a mirror, and just that thing is so heavy, just in a million pieces. And I was, Mom's gonna know about that. So then they want Dave to drop off the Elimination Chamber. He did it fine on a crash pad earlier in the day, but when it came to the moment of truth, surprise, the guy with no training whatsoever landed wrong and messed up his knee to the point of needing surgery. As an added bonus, the online wrestling media reported he wasn't really hurt and it was all part of the show. Dave's knee is still screwed up to this day. And I wrote, well, it was all part of the show. They're not wrong on that one.
I don't. If Khali's a goof already, why is he in an Elimination Chamber match? Or is that
That's
a
like one of
stupid-
those. That's like one of those. Why is anything?
Okay, I know.
Why is Great Khali? Who's Gus? Gus is watching the Great Khali, I think.
Oh, okay.
He's muted. He needs to watch it in private.
No, sorry, I bought and installed Crusader Kings 3 in the background. And it hasn't fully initialized yet, so I'm going to mute it.
yes. Love that game. This is going to be a Crusaders Kings 3 podcast. So in September 2010, the Raw guest host era had mercifully come to an end, and they were going to do. They were doing in the anonymous GM.
Yeah, the computer thing.
Yes, there's the computer. Michael Cole's reading the emails. It's got an annoying sound, and he blames that the annoying sound and having to walk up to the computer and all that and read them is eventually forced our hand to turn Michael Cole heel. The sound effect and announcements were that irritating. There's other options. You could have him do any number of things to show that he wasn't a fan either. Why is your hand forced on this? Why is Michael Cole getting the heat of doing this? I wasn't watching at the time.
Blaming the fans. If we were just more receptive and if we went along with the show.
That was a dreadful period.
Oh.
Yeah.
We gotta go through at some point and just go through every wrestler and like just list every crime of Brian. Like gimmicks, stories, like he killed the company.
I was thinking about
Granted,
that.
they're making more money than they ever have, but like in terms of audience, he killed that company.
Well, remember when he was early on talking about how hard it is to write for like lower card people that don't have a character, and he definitely doesn't want to write characters that are just like, oh, he kicks ass.
Yeah,
Think about how throughout that, when it was really on its downturn and everyone was lapsed, only people like Wendy were watching because it was the only thing on, like that lower card, mid card. Yeah, and like just like Heidenreich and just like that kind of Snitsky, just dirt worse stuff coming through. I can't even think of anybody on the undercard because I don't know. I wasn't watching at the time. Just people that are just forgettable. Fandango, can we throw him in there?
Yeah, we can throw
Got a
him in there.
WrestleMania win over Chris Jericho.
Oh, who was that? Trevor Murdoch and his partner.
Love Trevor Murdoch.
NWA.
I love Trevor Murdoch. Yeah, he was great.
Oh, what's the fat dancing guy? That's the nut now on Fox News.
Oh,
Tyrus.
Tyrus. Yeah,
There you go. He was like Funkasaurus or something like that.
What the Brodus Clay?
there we go. Thank you.
There you go. Titus O'Neil came through that era. But don't you remember Mark Henry's salmon suit? Can we give a round of applause? That's how bleak it was. That him wearing a salmon suit and doing a heel turn is lauded as one of the greatest moments of the last 20 years for that company. Mark Henry.
Is it fair to say if Brian knew how to write for a kick-ass character, Chris Benoit would not have been relegated to ECW and wouldn't have killed his family?
Wow. Well, I mean, you're not wrong in that. I mean, he looked at Dean Malenko, whose whole thing is, well, I'm just really good at wrestling, and I'm, he did. I don't even think Dean Malenko's in the back going, I need a push. I'm Hardcore Holly. I need to be credible. Or was it Al Snow? I need to be credible. Al Snow. I don't think Dean Malenko gave a shit about that. Who knows? Maybe he did, but he can't. He makes Dean Malenko, or somebody made Dean Malenko a James Bond character. Oof. So yeah, you're looking at Chris Benoit, who's back there doing the squats, Hindus, and Brian's probably just mouth agape. Just
And he's enforcing,
you're telling
enforcing
me
the rules.
Justin Roberts, we'll read his book eventually, was relentlessly bullied by Chris Benoit. Brian Gewirtz never caught any of that. Just slid on by. No, I mean,
Well,
he wrote this.
There's
no way he's mentioning this.
A writer's different than the announcer.
Yeah,
because the writer's got power. Come on, it's not.
Benoit's like, don't affect my push.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Justin Roberts. What if Justin Roberts just started walking around backstage with a notepad and a pencil, and he's like, "I'm on the writing team now. Help me." I can't imagine what Brian watching Chris Benoit operate. I'm not saying I'm shocked he's not in the book, because of course in 2020 he's not going to write about Chris Benoit, but he has to have some story.
There's gotta be yeah.
I mean, that guy, it's just not sweaty, but like
you just see him backstage
vibrating.
Yes. Trading action figures with.
Yeah, Benoit didn't see that. Benoit had no comment. Was Benoit in that meeting? Was he there yet? Was that 99 or 2000? Was he there yet?
He got there in February of 2000.
He had to have been there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
because Gewirtz only predates Benoit by a few months.
Lance Storm was talking about the guys from Lance Storm was talking about the guys. He came in with the purchase. Benoit came in before the purchase.
Yes.
So, I mean, he's like, oh, all these guys were like mad at me. Benoit's just got a dead stare. His toothless grin as he sees Sean Waltman just being like, "Fuck you!" Just loving it, eating it up. So he says, let's do a voice for the anonymous GM.
You ever know anybody like Chris Benoit? I'm sorry.
A psychopath? A sociopath?
Yeah, just like a guy who, just, I kind of work with one, I feel. I hope I'll never play the show for him, but
he slowly turns
I
around.
imagine he's how Chris Benoit's personality would be. He's got a few select interests, one of which is working out, and that's all we can relate on. Nothing else relates.
You read about like Chris Benoit, he liked to party too. So, if I'm a young wrestler and I have Chris Benoit hammering on my door at like 1 a.m. and he wants to
take some GHB,
he wants to do some. He wants to get blackout fun. I'm probably answering the door. I'm going toe to toe. I'm trying to, I don't want to scrap with him. Yeah, let's go.
Wake up without your eyebrows.
Yeah. I'm doing the opposite. I'm going. He's blacking out, and then I'm putting in one of his flippers. He wakes up with teeth. He's confused. It's like, I got you. Chris Benoit. I remember he came out once with his flipper in, and I was just like, "This fucking."
He really
idiot.
had one.
I liked him. Yeah, he came out one time. He forgot to take it out, and he came out, and I was like, he came out for his opening promo. This was during like when he was getting somewhat of a push, and I was like, "You fucking idiot! You have one job." And I liked him.
At least it didn't fall out like Foley's did.
Yeah.
Oh, that was gross.
Do you think Vince liked Chris Benoit?
He respected him, yeah.
Respected him. He definitely was gonna fuck with him. I'm thinking about how like he loved pushing Brett around. But Chris is just like lunch paling. He's just there to do a job. He don't give a shit, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris isn't asking questions.
God, I wonder if he ever buried Brett to Chris, even though he knew Chris was best friends with Owen, according to Brett. So here's a good one. He's pitching the anonymous GM. He's like, well, we're going to put a voice to it tonight. And Brian pitches, well, Vince, it'll be like Stephen Hawking. That's what the voice will be like. Vince didn't know who Stephen Hawking was, and he didn't think the audience would know either.
I mean, I think that's fair of a wrestling audience, honestly. I think you're asking a lot to... And even then, even if the audience knew, like, it's not, like, that particularly funny or clever. It's just...
That's fair, but I did... Because in my mind, I was like, Stephen Hawking has been referenced in so many things that I went to Wikipedia, and I was like, I'm just going to look at a quick glance, just what has he been referenced in? So many things. It has its own Wikipedia. Brian doesn't have a Wikipedia page. Stephen Hawking's pop culture references has its own Wikipedia page.
I mean, A Brief History of Time was like late 80s, wasn't it, that book? And that was fucking huge.
I mean...
Yeah, I think the Simpsons episode
British
Stephen Hawking had aired.
Simpsons.
Yeah.
I mean, so many things where he's... Which is like... Yeah, do I expect somebody like Wendy, who's even British, to understand who Stephen Hawking is? No. Doesn't know who he is, would be awfully
Listen,
confused.
they dodged a bullet because they'd have to scrap all those anonymous GM episodes after Hawking was found on the Epstein list.
Yes.
I enjoyed those 2 days of memes after that was revealed.
Vince was very quick. Stephen Hawking, never heard of him. Yeah.
What's he even doing on that plane? Just hanging out?
Sitting?
Yeah, he's definitely sitting.
I gotta imagine travel in general's gotta be tough for the guy, right? Like, that can't be...
So he really wants to get on this plane, and he really wants to go to this island. Maybe he's got good food there. Wait, how does he eat? I'm dumb. How does he live? I didn't watch the movie.
It's got to be a feeding tube.
Yeah, it's got to be a tube situation.
So he's got to come there with a helper.
Yeah.
Where's that helper at?
Why aren't they on the list? They're like, don't put me on here. I'm just a person. This person is so sweaty, eyes darting around. They're like, oh, man.
Look, I just put the tube in.
I didn't know that this was going to be part of it. Maybe Jeff Epstein's just really into like the universe. He's like one of those weird guys where he's like, I know you're not into any of these other stuff going on right here. Don't pay attention to that guy. But what I wanted to talk about, so like, is the universe expanding at different rates? He's like, what does he even say? Can he talk? He just says yes and no's, right? He types it in, or he thinks it, right?
How
does it work?
His eyes move it.
Oh, to the words?
Like letters, and then the letters make, but it's not very fast. So like when you hear an interview with him, he's done those beforehand.
Yeah.
Because you can't keep up like normal speech. He's got to sit there and spell everything.
So Jeff Epstein's all sweaty and all drugged out, and he's got to wait for Stephen Hawking to be like, yes, it is expanding at different rates. We're not sure where the start point is.
If you're all coked and Viagra'd up, you're probably into that. So you're probably sitting on the edge of your seat listening to this knowledge.
Do you want to do some coke, Steve? Yes.
Put it in my tube.
How does that work?
Oh, that works. Coke? There was an intervention where it happened.
You just put it through the tube?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Does he still say more or stop or?
Well, that's true.
You say when. Is this how you sprinkling it in, or he's just sprinkling it in? I don't know.
Here comes the airplane.
More. Stop. So.
When are we getting sponsors?
Brian's like, trying to explain it all, and then he's like, I don't know, so who's going to do the voice? And then Vince goes, you came up with the damn idea, you do it. So this is punishment now for Brian. And he's panicking.
Well, because they needed to be a live person.
Yes,
so that
he's going to hold a microphone and go. And while Edge is cutting a promo on the computer, he's going to be talking back to Edge over the arena. And he even writes that Vince is looking on in amusement, which this definitely means that Vince is just fucking with him. He doesn't give a shit if this bombs or not. This is post WCW, baby. Nobody gives a shit. So, Edge, I watched this segment. It's stupid. Edge eventually breaks.
It's oft repeated, though.
People love it.
People love to, or they love to like put it in packages, like whenever they're talking about this is the clip they play, because doesn't he beat it up with a chair?
Yeah, doesn't
yeah.
Funny that WWE did kind of become into it. It didn't become, but they definitely started highlighting more like, remember this stupid thing that was, and then they have talking heads going, that was pretty stupid. And they have like 5 things that they can point to of like, that's pretty good. Hogan, Andre, Hogan, Macho, Brett, Shawn, Austin, McMahon, and then I guess maybe like DX is hanging out at 5. Right? Anything else that I'm missing?
No, you're right. Here's another network thing I missed though. The Road Dogg and Josh Matthews show. What was that called?
They had a show?
Yeah, where they would like show botches. It was kind of their takeoff of it, but it was funny.
I don't know.
Are You Serious? That's what it was called. They had a puppet, Triple H, called Puppet H, and he spoke in like the mocking Triple H voice.
Was Brian consulting on this show?
Probably. He probably was writing it. Fucking shit. You're right. This is a Gewirtz show because it's all 90s stuff. So I think you just nailed it.
It never ended. So he's looking. He goes. Edge is looking at the computer, and he says, "Don't look at me like that." I threw out as the crowd actually popped. You've got the crazy eyes. A line I stole from The Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou. WWE in general does not plagiarize Wes Anderson movies nearly enough.
I wrote hack.
Yep.
He likes Wes Anderson. He's cool. He likes it. He's one of those guys. He's watching French Dispatch. He's wondering why. What can he pull from this? He's looking at Bill Murray's character and going, "That's like Vince." He's watching Darjeeling Limited, thinking about his India tours.
Getting ideas for Dave Kapoor.
Yeah. Yes. Sitting in his New York City apartment alone. Right? He's bring him up in the book. Why are you living in New York all the time, even though you work for a production company in Los Angeles? He's just a New York guy. He writes here, and he was saying, and you do kind of pick it up, as Edge is beating up the computer, he's going, ow, ow, stop. It is very muffled, but you do hear it. He writes here on 203, I truly hope the whole concept of memorizing full-blown scripts goes the way of the anonymous GM and simply disappears. What is the point of you then? What are you proposing here, that you don't have a job? You're the transcriber. You're transcribing, writing the scripts.
Like, what's Brian's job description? Like, what is he?
He's cobbling
if he
together
had a regular job. Like, what is he being like managed against? What are the expectations of the role? Because by every metric I can look at, he's failed.
Well, data entry. He's taking information.
Oh my God.
He's putting it on a piece of paper. He's handing it to Vince. Vince looks over it.
He's a director of creative content.
He has
many facets to that.
A lot of various roles. Okay, so he goes, so the anonymous GM. Originally, that anonymous GM, what it was supposed to be about, wasn't important. Vince didn't really care who it was. He saw it as more of a storytelling device. I was like, this is all of it. This is Vince all over. Like, who cares? Moving on. Nobody gives a shit.
It's all a creative writing class to Vince. Here's a piece of shit. What can you do with it?
I love that. It's weird what Vince does get hyper focused on, but then also Vince has this. He never remembers things, so he's just like, and nobody else does because it's because he thinks pro wrestling is inherently stupid, which it is. But when you remember things, it can be good. And he also believes that we'd figure it out eventually, which he knows is not something that ever happens there. Yeah. We employed the same mindset in the Who Ran Over Stone Cold angle in '99, but that didn't really work either. So, during this time, Vince is doing a promo class. You don't have to crawl. Why are you crawling? Trying to find our cat. I gotta say, it was pretty fascinating watching Vince in this element, where he could just be a teacher.
Yeah.
I thought he was extremely insightful. Of course, none of these things really meant much if the talent had to recite a script word for word off the page, as was the current policy. But that's another story. Spoilers, and that's another story he never tells. What? I wrote here, Gus. This is what Gus has been talking about. Because this is a very WWE thing where Vince is like, this is how you do it. This is what makes it good. And then they're being told to do the exact opposite. It's that you're being asked to do one thing, but you're being told to do it another way. They're, as Gus would say, a mind fuck. You're being pulled in two different directions because they want to break you down as a human being. Make you nervous all the time.
Yeah, it reminds me of a similar story. I think it was 03-ish, where Vince was telling other guys on the roster, you should be watching what I do out there to get over and learning from it. It's like, what does that mean for anybody that's not
He's dropping his trousers.
Yeah.
Well, one day, Dylan, is it Postal or Postal?
I don't know or care.
It's Hornswoggle. He gives him his real name, Hornswoggle. He's in the promo class, and he gets called on, and he cuts a passionate, moving promo about growing up as a little person. No one had seen this side of Dylan. They were all just gobsmacked. They loved it. That week, by the way, he brings up that he gets teased at the airports to this day in the promo, and I was like, that's unfortunate. Who is walking up to Hornswoggle in an airport and giving him a hard time?
Just people.
Awful people.
Listen. Okay? It can be scary. Not scary, but it can shock you.
Shock you, okay.
Yeah, when
Larry,
you see
you're
a little
telling
person. When you see a little person.
Larry's throwing things at little people. He gets that startled. God damn it.
Just a hang. When you're not used to something, it's a little shocking.
I walked up to him and say, and this is not at all demeaning, I go, I see you as normal sized as anybody else.
I don't know about that.
Which one's better? Being startled? How about
Being
just
startled.
ignoring them?
Rather than mansplaining your reaction to them.
Oh, shit. So, I know, Larry, you had to have underlined this, right? That week in the office, I postulated...
I didn't, but...
What if the anonymous GM was Hornswoggle? And he goes, like the horribly ill-conceived Mr. McMahon illegitimate bastard son was Hornswoggle Angle that crashed and burned the previous year? Yes, but also no. Here's his idea for Hornswoggle, the GM.
How do you not have like your outcome figured out? Like you're just haphazardly going week to week and no payoff, and
He talks about that. He wants to do that, but Vince won't let him. He wants to plan it all out.
You have Vince come out and tell the computer you're fired, and you
Yeah.
never see it again.
So
Vince spills coffee on it backstage. Like
here's the idea. So it'll be revealed that Hornswoggle's real name is Ernie Manfredini, which was a name of a writer, the last name of one of the writers, Ernie Manfredini, and he's going to be doing as Brian puts it, quote unquote, a New Jersey accent, a Danny DeVito accent. I was reading this and I was like, what the fuck is he talking about right now? And then and he's like, he's going to be chomping on a cigar. He's a low-life heel. And then finally he writes, it'll be like Baby Herman from Roger Rabbit. And I was like, oh.
Oh, that's why.
Oh, okay. I get it now. I was like, where's he pulling all this from? And also, by the way, if I'm Hornswoggle and he was like, you're going to be like that baby. Remember that little baby that's like, oh, it's a baby. And it's going, Roger, get in here. You'll be like that guy. Just do that. I'd be like, I'm
This
kind
is
of
so
not
stupid.
insulted. Yeah, I'll be like, what are we doing? It's also that kind of like dumb comedy where it's like he's walking around, he's a little person, and he's, he's wearing probably like a little derby cap. He's pounding his, you know what it is? Let's say, no, I don't know if Brian watched any. Didn't TNA have a little person that was like that was like, hey? Didn't TNA Didn't TNA have a little? Yeah.
the guy in the trash can.
Yeah, and he was always like, hey, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I forget what his name was, but yeah, there was.
Very close to the E guy that you were watching. That
weird Panasonic commercial rabbit.
Yeah,
hole
the
that piano.
Panasonic little person. E. Who came first? That guy. Well, I guess that guy came in. And then Brian put him in his head for a future Hornswoggle character, but also TNA. When did that guy come around?
That was within the first year. That would have been like what? Oh, is it 02 or?
Yeah, 02.
so
That was
the-
early.
So the Panasonic CEO saw that guy and was like, what if that's our spokesperson?
Well, the Panasonic thing, like, I don't know much about Jackass, but I think it was a play on Wee Man from
Yeah.
I prefer that the CEO is watching TNA, and then that guy from TNA is
he's
like,
ponying up for the weekly pay-per-view. Big
The
Ron the Truth Killings fan.
the TNA little person is like, what the fuck? I didn't get that? They didn't just reach out to me? So, you'll never believe this. Oh, then Brian writes at the end of this, let's make Dylan into our Peter Dinklage. I wrote, no, you just wrote Baby Herman. You want to make him into your Baby Herman. So he gets a call. Hey, how's it going with that whole, new character for Hornswoggle? Fucking terrible, says Dave Kapoor. Turns out that asking Hornswoggle to, he was very good when he was just speaking from the heart about his own personal life. Hold on, let me do something real quick. When he's given a script that is trying to replicate that, and he's got to memorize it and read it word for word and do a New Jersey accent, it's not good. So he's like, so we're just going to cut it then. And Dave goes, no, we're still doing the segment, but now he's just going to be Hornswoggle. He's just going to come out from under the ring and start biting people on the ass. Footnote alert. I'm sure that was the plan B on Game of Thrones had Dinklage botched the Tyrion Lannister courtroom speech.
I never watched Game of Thrones, but I just hate.
No, it's
when
just like an eye
Brian
roll for me.
references things. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, who is it for? I've watched Game of Thrones and I read that and I was like, well, that's not how anything works. So that's why the joke doesn't work. But I do like that. Hey, the segment sucks. What are we going to do? We're still just going to do the stupid thing. Oh, okay. So we're making good television. Okay.
Can we take a
That's
pause?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Oh, I thought
Yeah.
we'll finish the chapter.
Oh, you want to finish? Okay.
Yeah.
Not surprisingly, the crowd shat all over it. It was so bad that when we brought back the anonymous Raw GM a few years later for a cameo, Vince gave the announcers instructions to not even acknowledge it had ever been hornswoggled. Most, if not all, the heat came back to me, which was fine, but it masked the bigger issue. It also seemed once again that planning a major angle out in advance, like a secret general manager, as opposed to immediately putting it on TV with no plan on how to get out of it, would have been more beneficial. And I was like, where's Brian going? Keep going. So he's kind of starting to percolate. He's starting to go, like, what are we doing here? Why? Like, okay, yes, shots fired. You agree that this is not the right way to do things. But?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Pause.
Okay.
Drinking milk with his Pop-Tart. His big glass of milk.
My watery milk. I was
Skin?
having a high. Yeah, we talked about this last week. I know
We did.
you don't like it.
Disgusting.
But no, I had a thought in the bathroom.
Yeah.
When Cody was released in what year was that? 2016.
Yeah.
He could have kept being Stardust, or maybe he couldn't because they owned it. But take that out of it.
Mm-hmm.
If he'd have just stayed Stardust on the Indies, I think he could have been like in one of those niche characters like Orange
He
Cassidy,
could have.
Danhausen,
Could have, yeah.
but a little better because he's got bigger size. But
Yeah.
that's the more interesting
Goldust, like,
timeline. That's all I'm saying.
he's like,
that
I want to be
timeline-
creative with it. I'm going to prove
Mhm.
them wrong by being a very successful Goldust like character. That's that's 4-dimensional chess. He hated he took shots at the writers on the way out.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
You know, one of those guys. It wasn't Vince. It was the writers that never had anything for me. And also, didn't he shoot at one for the NXT? Like, and you like hitting on NXT women, by the way.
Yeah.
Now he's working with that guy. Chapter 18, The Fun Files. And I'm going to count every single one of these files. And you're going to tell me if they're fun or not. So this is kind of like, did you have fun while working with the WWE? He's like, yeah, sure. Things can be fun. For a place that seems like a WWE fan's dream job, it's sometimes... That's the thing. Like, he keeps talking about how it would be a fan's dream job to be a writer. I've never thought, it wouldn't be fun to be one of those worms.
Right, the dream is to be the wrestler.
Yeah, it's sometimes there's...
rare.
But then, yeah, did he ever... No, see, he was like, my thing was maybe I'll be a manager.
Yeah.
Uh,
You think he's looking for that right now?
I don't know what he
And being brought up?
It's weird that he's getting into it, or does he just think that that's how the business has evolved, is that you get into it on Twitter, you blur the lines. Lines are... You know when The Rock said in that promo where he's like, I'm blurring lines. I'm talking about real stuff. And I was like, saying that in a promo is Vince Russo shit.
Mm-hmm.
He says, okay, so the WWE's fans' dream job sometimes resembles the first act of Joe versus Volcano in terms of sheer monotony. Footnote away. Second Joe versus Volcano reference in the book. Can we go for 3? Just a little in joke you and Brian are sharing as you read the book. You're looking forward to it. He's also calling out the first actor of the movie. Joe Dante reading it and throws the book at the wall.
Is that who did that?
I do believe so, yeah. Plucking that out of my head. So here's fun file number 1. It starts with a quote. I rode up and down these very roads with Terry and Buddy, drinking, fighting, selling out every arena in the state. So no, I am not going to ruin that legacy by stopping for a fucking Frosty. And it's Michael Hayes. And he does stop for a Frosty.
Yeah, what the fuck does that mean? These stories are so stupid.
No, they're fun. This is all fun. This is the fun he had in his career at WWE. Michael would drive as he didn't trust us. Footnote alert.
Could you imagine Brian driving a car?
Well,
oh my god.
Imagine it, because he says that Michael's fear is justified, as I had twice failed my driver's test in high school, then passed it on the third try, and had my parking brake on the entire time, and I just wrote 3 question marks. What's going on?
To be fair, he's a New Yorker.
Yeah, but he's also a New Yorker. I'm gonna dog whistle that.
Do I have that Midwest thing that if you just get behind a tractor, you're just like, I'm pretty sure I can figure this out?
No, just that some people, for their lives don't get a license in New York.
I understand that, but don't you get behind a vehicle and go, I think I can figure this out? Brake, gas, clutch.
No, you're right. He's from Long Island, right?
Yeah, he's Long Island.
Okay, you're right. That's out then. That's out. He's just an idiot.
I just don't get I can't imagine somebody getting behind a vehicle. My child has gotten behind a wheel on my lap, but it's been like, I know how this goes, full confidence.
No, don't even say that.
What?
I've taken like 15 different people for their driving tests. It's kind of my thing.
Interesting.
Okay.
Rehab wise,
Oh,
like if guys need to get their license back.
Okay.
It's shocking. I still have one friend who won't get his license. Some people are getting when it comes to driving. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry to use that word.
Do we need to time code that one?
Well, he's the editor, so
all right.
we'll never know.
I'm gonna blank that out. 151. No, but it's really alarming.
Blanket stuff out. Let's blank out the part where I'm saying I'm dog whistling this. We can just cut that too. That's fine.
When did you say that?
Like 2 minutes ago.
Oh. I'm just gonna clap, and then we eliminate the last one.
Brian is breaking us.
Thank God Colin wasn't here. He'd be screen capping it. So Michael would drive, but he would insist when Michael Hayes is driving, he'd go, no stopping. But the end of this fun file, he did stop for a fucking Frosty. He got one for himself. Okay, fun file number 2. Yeah. Back in college, I would always participate in Royal Rumble pools, as previously mentioned. 30 people picked one number. He explains it. I think he already explained it, but he'll explain again. 30 people picked one number out of a hat. Parentheses. This is all useful. I underlined it because it's useful. Parentheses. Sometimes 15 people picking 2. Got it. The math checks out. Yep, that's how that would work. And I'm bad at math. If your number won the Rumble, you won the pot. Parentheses. I'm reading all of this. This is fun. Usually $10 each for a pot of 300. Let me write down 10, 30 people. Yes, 300. Got it. Moving on. So, you'd think joining the company that produced the Rumble would preclude him from that. But nope, he kept playing. He just would kind of, he'd know the winner, but he wouldn't know the entrant numbers. He would just stay away from that. So,
well, no. Hang on. He's still picking out of a hat, so it's not like you're picking the number.
Yeah, I guess so. He knows the end. Well, he says that the wrestlers didn't even know until minutes before the show they would get assigned their numbers.
Right.
And so, yeah, he has his number. He doesn't know. I'll never forget the look on Al Snow's face during the 2000 Rumble, right as he was headed to Gorilla. Al, your number, it's 20. Damn it, Al responded. What's the matter? That's my actual number. $10 down the drain.
Oh, poor Al.
Is it too late for us to read Al Snow's book and review The Wrestler?
It's not.
Just so you're prepped, after we do Triple H, and maybe we'll do another not Wilson pick. I think the next Wilson pick, we all know what's going. While the idea of Al going rogue to pocket $300 is intriguing and would make a great sequel to Uncut Gems. Anybody
Nope.
seen that movie?
Nope.
Who's this book for?
I haven't.
I've seen it, and even I was like, "This guy sucks. What's he talk like? Huh? Is he talking about KG? KG's just playing the. KG's not doing anything but playing the game, and he's bad. He's KG. Nobody. Yeah. See what? Yeah. Cool.
No. I saw Good Time. Is that the movie before that
Yes.
that those guys did?
Yep. The Safdie.
That was
brother.
okay, but I didn't want to. I've seen.
I
most
like
of it.
Uncut Gems. I have no idea how it relates to. Maybe I'm not the thinker that Brian is. I have no idea how it
Isn't
relates
it like
to
a
Al
heist?
Snow. No, he's a guy who owes a lot of money. He's like a degenerate gambler. He owns a jewelry store. KG.
Well, that's why Al's got to throw the rumble because he owes money.
For $10. Oh, this is tenuous.
I know.
I went, okay, Al Snow, maybe I'm dumb, athlete. The only other athlete in that movie is Kevin Garnett, but he's just playing basketball, and Adam Sandler's betting on him. Okay. Anyways, fun file number 3. Footnote alert. And this is involving, let me do context. He would go into Vince's office with people sometimes and sit quietly wearing a headset attached to a monitor and just eat Vince's steaks that Vince had brought in. The only risk was Vince suddenly bursting in if he had to leave Gorilla to use the bathroom, but it was a chance we were willing to take. Footnote alert. I understood now that this has been course corrected and there's always security standing outside his office, so people like me and Ed don't use it for a personal Ruth's Chris. So,
It's a
Fun-
steakhouse.
yeah. No, I know. It's a chain. Fun file number 3 is when Vince blew his quads out.
Yeah.
But then it swerves. So he tells that, and then he's like, he didn't need any of this preamble. He really didn't. Because it goes, that's why Vince wasn't in Japan for the first Japan tour. Stephanie and Shane were there. So, it's he was forced to go to Japan by Stephanie because Vince wasn't going to be there. Because she wanted her full team. And so his first night in Japan, he takes the writing team out to a quote-unquote extravagant Japanese dinner. My restaurant of choice? The Denny's connected to our hotel on the Tokyo Dome. I'm not the most adventurous eater. Throw it on the heap. I think every book we've read, every person has been like, foreign food scares me. Ed Koski says, flavor is Brian's enemy. Boy, how lucky was Hurricane Helms at the Gewirtz Thanksgiving dinner. Pass the salt and pepper. So they're eating, let's just say that Japanese Denny's is not the same as American Denny's, and leave it at that. My experience was akin to Albert Brooks sampling Rip Torn's food and defending your life.
Well, why don't you just fucking describe it instead of making this stupid comparison? Why do you have to leave it at that? What else you got to write about? Tell us how much it sucked.
I like that. The scene he's referencing, Albert Brooks is like, so what are you eating? Because Rip Torn's like, in this limbo state that they're existing in before you move on to another realm of existence or go back to are reincarnated on Earth. Everything tastes great. it's a somewhat lovely experience as you are defending your life on trial. And he asks Rip Torn, who's his lawyer, what are you eating? And Rip Torn's like, doesn't matter, you wouldn't like it. But he's essentially what they're eating, these beings that are of a higher level. They're eating like concepts. So he says what he's eating, and it's something like, I can't remember the line, but it's like between conscious thought and da 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 da. And then Albert Brooks just stares at him, and he's like, see? Or I think he gives him a bite, and he's like, he can't comprehend, so it's yucky to him.
Okay.
Again, why is Brian Gewirtz bringing this movie up in this and talking about Denny's and the Uncut Gems? I don't know. He's showing us his DVD collection. So take a picture of it, put it in the book. You have a great taste, Brian. Why is your writing like this? So then they go to the Tokyo Hard Rock Cafe. Shane and Stephanie McMahon are there. So, not wanting to wait for a table, we went over and said hello and took seats at the table. Very much uninvited. Shane and Steph greeted us and then promptly left. Then he says that he assumed that I think that's what he said, they were probably that the magical mystery mojitos had been flowing freely. And I had no idea what the fuck he was talking about, so I Googled magical mystery mojitos because I've never been to a Hard Rock.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not a chain guy. I'm not doing
But
it.
you don't understand that they have food named after things?
No, I never. And so then it came up as a Hard Rock drink, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, who's this book for? Not me.
But even
the
if
Hard
you
Rock.
you don't know that places have like novelty drink or food names?
I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about.
Okay.
I know, and
okay.
also at Hard Rock Cafe, no, it never crossed my mind that they would name things novelty.
Okay.
I thought they were
sure
just
they have
like
a hamburger in paradise.
That's Jimmy Buffett's thing. Call me hoity-toity, but I'm not a chain guy. I do my best to steer clear. Nor am I a fast food guy. So Denny's would not be my first choice.
Denny's isn't fast food.
It's not?
No, it's like a diner.
Yeah. Wow, this is a weird, like, you have no knowledge of the space. I'm fascinated.
Yeah.
No.
It's a sit-down restaurant.
I don't even think I've been to a Hardee's.
The Grand Slam is all about, the breakfast skillet.
Never had it. It's a diner, huh? You can't do it. There's no drive-thru on a Denny's?
No.
You learn something new every day. I've been to a Village Inn. Is that anything?
Yeah, that's a Denny's, basically. They're the same thing.
Okay. I've been to an IHOP. There we go. Let's rack them up. The
Waffle
theme
House?
is...
Do you have Waffle Houses?
Yep. Well, the closest one is Kansas City.
Okay.
And I always if I'm in Kansas City, I try to make a stop at a Waffle House. If it's the morning, again, these are all... If you notice the theme here so far, breakfast places, Village Inn, IHOP, Perkins. I think I've been to a Perkins. It wasn't my choice.
What about a Rockneys? Do you have any Rockneys?
No, I've never even heard of a Rockneys.
It's a burger place.
Red
Red Robin.
Never been to Red Robin.
Okay.
And we have them here, but I've never been.
Oh, yeah, you got the unlimited clucks and fries. It's... We need to do a podcast where we just take you to chain places. Like that's another spin-off idea.
Now the
I'm
twist
going to
is
Skyline first.
I can eat chili. That's the twist now. So when the doctor sat me down, was like, you can't have a lot, like this and this, bread being number one. I was like, I don't eat fast food in general, so this is fine. I'm taking this information very calmly. One guy that I work with, he loves Raising Cane's. Never been. Fried chicken, I guess.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's
But he says that I'm a weirdo for liking Taco Bell. And he likes Taco John's. Well, he likes Taco John's. You know Taco John's? Anybody have those?
We don't have
We
those.
had one in the mall growing up, and I wasn't a fan.
Fun file number. Okay. So the thing of the Japanese thing is that some Japanese fans show up and they're like, "You work for WWE?" And he's like, "Yes." And they're like, "Oh, you know Edge?" Oh, claims he even tells them that he went to Stephanie and Hunter's wedding, and they're like, "Ah!" And so they bring him out and about in the Roppongi district, and later he gets pictures. They get mailed pictures of the night. Is that fun? Have we hit a fun story yet? That's
No.
kind of fun. No, okay. Number 3.
This is stupid too.
He pulled a rib. He never imagined it, but he did. By the way, he writes ribbing is the wrestling word for quote unquote practical joke. Okay.
Thanks, bud.
I think you already explained that, but okay. He'd never be as hardcore as classy Freddie Blassie, who allegedly stuffed toilet paper in a young Roddy Piper's bagpipes, ruining his Madison Square Garden debut. I wrote, "Fun, what a rib. Thanks, man." It was Candice Michelle. I gotta say out of the gate, this felt like pulling on somebody's ponytail. Maybe we're all wrong about Brian. It was Candice Michelle was my friend, Jesse Ward's childhood friend. And he let her know, this is a big rib. Went up to her and goes, "You're going to be the first diva in history without a tongue." Doesn't remember why she doesn't have a tongue. Possibly to accidentally drinking lava, he writes. Okay. So he says, instead of talking, you'll give a guttural hiss like a tortured vampire. I could see the look of confusion and panic on Candace's face, but she just nodded politely. Then he'll be like, the other wrestlers will be able to understand you, and he even writes out dialogue of how it would go. Guess you want me to read this?
Yeah, it's gonna be like Charlie Brown talking to his teacher.
Yeah. Mickey James. "Hey, Candace, ready for our tag match?" Candace. Mickey James. "I agree. The situation in Bosnia is tenuous, but we need to head to the ring." Candace. Isn't this just Kane? "Okay, fine. You can start the match and then tag me in when we get the advantage." I did this all with a straight face. Candace believed it, or at least believed we'd be dumb enough to try this.
Okay.
And then, he's like, "It's a joke." Uh-huh.
Listen, if he had balls, he would have let her do it on the air.
Yeah.
That's a rib.
I just wrote Brian. I think Brian has a crush. Because later, this just made me sad a little bit. She got her revenge, where she completely hustled me in pool, resulting in me having to piggyback her from the dive bar back to the TV hotel in full view of some massively perplexed WWE wrestlers and staff. One of those wrestlers I promised you was CM Punk, was like, "The fuck is she doing?" Oh, he was. Wait a minute.
Why Punk?
Well, he's sizing people up. He's
Okay.
he's thinking odds. He's thinking, thought that was, never mind. He's thinking. Now, is that in the same rib category as Mr. Fuji supposedly serving a wrestler a cooked stray dog? And I wrote, "Fun." That's a fun file. By the way, I believe accidentally drinking lava was a deleted scene in Joe versus the Volcano. Footnote alert. And there it is, number 3, as if there was any doubt. Okay, I'll stop now. Fun file number 4.
Yes.
Howard Finkel. When he came in, Howard was already a heel. He was, Chris Jericho's lackey. But he was into it. He loved it. So he started loving to write for heel Howard.
God.
Feuding with the WWE
Again.
divas.
Brian has written all of the worst shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he writes out the things that he liked about it. He writes them out. Here he goes, resulting in me writing Bon Mots. You say Bon Mots or Bon Mots? I say Bon Mots. We've listed so many things.
Where is this? I don't even know what word you're saying.
213, resulting in me writing him Bon Mots, such as this. I swear I've heard people
I've
say
never heard that term before. I'm
No?
sorry. That's kind of new to me.
No, they're like little, it's a little gem, a little, like a little turn of little.
Brian's more cultured than me for once.
Yeah, we didn't all go
Look,
to
it says
Syracuse.
a witty statement, a well-chosen
It's
word.
the Harvard of communication schools.
It's French. That's why I was thinking maybe somebody says like bon mot. It's French. I just say, bon mot. Trish, should I do this as Howard? You said it?
Yes.
Trish, it's a dog-eat-dog world. You with your puppies, and I with my wiener.
That's about how he did it.
Stacy Keebler sarcastically tells Howard what he was saying was really moving. Howard responds with, "You're moving something right now in my trousers." Yeah, I did. I wrote, Brian is always to blame. On the surface, these very inappropriate lines are completely cringeworthy, and yet coming out of Howard's booming ring announcer voice, they were never not funny. And he, at one point, fell out of his seat in gorilla position. He was laughing so hard. See, one time. It's only ever happened once. It was a Howard thing.
I don't know, man.
And he goes into, what do they call 3-minute warning?
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be Lillian Garcia and Howard. Howard physically felt like he could not do any physical stuff.
They were going to beat him up.
Yeah, they're going to the
Okay.
3-minute warnings. Eric Bischoff is going to sick 3-minute warning on Howard and Lillian, and he was nervous about it. He just didn't feel like he could do it physically. And Lillian, however, was all system go. She herself had sometimes been the victim of scorn backstage. I always found her to be cool and friendly, but some saw her as a little full of herself. Name names. Why is wrestling stupid? Why is Lillian Garcia getting heat for quote unquote being full of herself? She's just why are the announcers? What is this? They have one job: come out and announce. What's the deal?
Listen, what would those boys back then think of the current announcer?
She's trying to scoop my heat, trying to draw away from me.
Yeah,
trying to make it about herself. But the fans love it. She's adding something. When is she gonna write a book? Who's the first wrestler that told her knock that shit off? Just say my name. Who is it? Who was the first person to say that to her?
We don't have those guys anymore.
Yeah.
We got one, and you don't like him.
Maybe Drew McIntyre?
No.
Did she do his with a Scottish accent? And he was like, just don't.
I don't know.
Who don't I like? Who's the tough guy? John Moxley.
Punk.
Oh, Punk doesn't kill you. Punk's buying her a Starbucks gift card.
I just wanted to break him up.
Let's see. So they end up with what Howard does is Howard pushes Lillian into 3-minute warning and then runs away. And I watched this segment, and in it, Howard's she's calling out his manhood, and he's going baby, you better. I'm all man. You know, or stuff, shit like that. It's embarrassing. And
I remember the him and Trish one. I don't remember the Lillian one. Really.
Lawler's cackling, and saying his penis has never seen the light of day, and just fun stuff for a guy that's worked there for so long. By the way, I like that. You know why I think I have a little note here. Why I think Brian was so like gung ho about writing this Howard stuff, because he's new to the company and Vince is eating this shit up.
Also, I don't know. He's not far off from being Howard Finkel.
No, they're the same guy.
That comes up later. That Brian definitely, when the laser beams on somebody else, he's like, not on me.
Yeah.
And so Howard comes up to him after the thing, and he goes, "In my obsession in writing for a heel, Howard, I failed to see that, unlike many heels, Howard genuinely did not like to be booed. You don't say. A guy that was always revered and well-liked didn't like doing this thing where the fans hated him, or at least thought he was a loser. You know, Brian, it was Eric Bischoff's intent to have 3-minute warning attack the both of us. By upending those plans, I essentially was acting the role of a babyface. Howard, you shoved a defenseless woman into 2 monsters, then ran as she was beaten and stretchered out of the ring. There's no scenario on the planet where that's the action of a babyface. But Eric, as a heel, wanted to get both of us, and I stopped that from happening." It was at this point I realized that as fun as it was to write heel Howard, the character needed to come to an abrupt end. My idea of fun was clearly warping this poor man's psyche. And so he's like, then we made Michael Cole heel later. Next. So we keep going. This is a big one. Chapter 19, Once in a Lifetime. This is his. This is... Prep yourself. This is Brian's magnum opus. This is what he's hanging his hat on.
I couldn't care less.
He's out there correcting narratives. He's out there setting the table over and over again. He's underlining, don't you get why this was special? He crawls up his own ass. It's wild, this one, because then it's immediately followed by his downfall. Like this is his high, and then it's Gus looks so ready as he's like, "Who shall I marry my son to?"
No, I'm trying to get him educated. I'm trying to. I'm invested. I'm here. He's just broken me down. I'm so done.
Brian believes, and maybe this applies to Gus, as wrestling fans get older, they become more cynical. Is this another W for him? Are we cynical?
I think that's just him being dismissive and not actually taking criticism. I mean, it's...
Yeah. I would say
I love professional wrestling.
Yeah.
I don't love bad comedy.
You definitely develop a sense of like, this is stupid, I'm going to laugh at this and this, but I've talked about it. There have been times when I'm watching AEW and I was like, this is what I've been wanting. This feels good. This is something that I can sink my teeth into. And I wasn't cynical and been like, you can tell the real cynical people are the people that are like looking for something when they're like, there's a guy that I like his analysis. And he was like, Heyman came out in like a pink t-shirt. What kind of guy comes out in a pink t-shirt? And it's like, I mean, at that point, you're wanting Hangman to be in a different role than what he is. Do you know what I'm saying? And this is when it is during his babyface run. And it was one of the
Heyman.
No, Hangman.
Okay,
no, I'm saying like I'm not. I would say that guy is fairly not cynical, but just like very
nitpicky.
Yeah, you're looking for things where I mean, you could hate. I mean, look, if you're cynical, you could. I mean, what's the? Yeah, he's saying that wrestling fans have no joy. They can't enjoy anything. which isn't true. It's not true. You, as an adult,
No.
can enjoy pro wrestling. But he says he blames the never-ending taunts of, it's not real, right? And he trots out the, do you ever watch a TV show and tell people it's fake? One of those things, which is like he's gotten to. Yeah. And it's so he's going to talk about the once in a lifetime. It's the 3-year plan of Rock and Cena. Now, he says that they'd say on Twitter, Brian, very online, how could it be once in a lifetime if it's happening twice? As if they were sitting around the wrestling version of the Algonquin Round Table. Y'all know what that is?
Nope.
I do, just because the Algonquin tribe was from, I believe, in Illinois.
Let me read what it was. And again, this is a big, who's this book for? What a reference to make. So back in the day, these comedians would get together and they'd chat. This is my understanding of it. And they'd put their little pithy remarks into newspapers across the country. Let me look here. The Algonquin Roundtable is a group of New York City writers, critics, actors, and wits. They met each day at the Algonquin Hotel from 1919 to 1929, engaging in wisecracks, wordplay, and witticisms.
Those are gentlemen.
The Workers Club. This is the Algonquin Club.
Yeah.
What is out of nowhere when that smacked me? I was like, what? He's talking about Harpo Marx over here.
I have never heard of that. Huh.
What a weird thing. He's going from Joe. Look, we are underestimating our opponent here. He's an opponent at this point. He's rope-a-doping you with Joe versus the Volcano references, and then he's hitting you with an Algonquin.
You still can't say it.
It's Algonquin. Gewirtz. Algonquin. I can say it. It's my accent. Algonquin round.
Oh no.
Algonquin Round Table.
All right. So, just get on with this, because I so give no fucks about this feud that I didn't even care to read much of this.
Well, in my 16 years at WWE, I had never experienced anything like WrestleMania 27, 28, and 29. And I'm willing to bet those currently on the WWE creative team never will. Got that? We're in rarefied air.
I don't think so. What's he talking about?
He's saying what they accomplished from Rock hosting WrestleMania to the 2 Cena Rock main events is something you can't even replicate it. You can't, nobody on the current creative team would ever even get a sniff of this. This is legendary stuff.
It was close to the nadir of business.
Look.
Is it not?
Well, he claims it was the biggest. He claims at one point it's the biggest of all time, which he's wrong. That was Donald Trump, Vince McMahon.
Yes, we all know that. Dave will tell us that once a day.
Well, even I was like, I underlined, went wrong, lying. Who told him that?
It's important to Brian, so Brian thinks it's important.
Yeah, he falls into the old wrestler trap of it was the biggest house. All the fans were crying. I'm surprised he didn't write fans were crying as The Rock passed the torch. Now, do you believe this?
Passed the torch 1 year before Cena passed that torch.
Yes. Yeah, remember.
I don't know. Yeah, to me, that's like the end of the least creative point. 14 starts to get better with NXT, Brian's little run they luck into.
Yep.
Right. That was like zero interest for me.
It's kind of an end of an era, a great era. Now, do you believe this, or do you agree with it? For this, I know that I was reading this. I'm just crinkling my book, thinking about Larry and Gus, the old territory guys. They're now think of Rock and Cena, a 3-year program. Think about all the 3 years of story that was told over that. There have been plenty of storylines that were quasi shoots, where elements of real life seeped their way in, and there have been plenty of angles where their opponents didn't like each other personally, but were willing to put their animosity aside in order to do business. There have been programs where one person didn't know what the other was going to do and didn't care. But there had never been something with all those things converging into a 3-year WrestleMania main event program. He's sniffing his own
that's
farts here.
true, yes, and that none of them have gone 3 years at WrestleMania. So yes.
Do you believe that the Rock Cena feud had all these elements?
No.
Well, he's going to start writing the word again to really underline for you, Larry and Gus. Again, remember. I'm telling you, again, he'll start. Take a drink every time he says again. It's like he's at the bar, like leaning on you, being like, again, okay, now just remember. Okay, I got it. A program where practically everything but the match itself was 100% real. Got that? You ready for this? You guys just don't remember this program. Clearly, you don't remember. Don't you remember when The Rock and Cena were shooting on each other and they hated each other?
And The Rock was reading off his hand. And Cena called him out for it. Crazy times.
Yes. So he talks. So it all starts when Cena does an interview for the UK Sun in 2008. Windy, fondly remembering that.
Get him on here. He's got that
fondly remembering that interview. And, John Cena says, Brock, don't fuck around, say you love the business, but you never come back. Or you just show up, here or there. That one thing sweats me. So Cena's in that era.
Yeah.
He's not like a robot yet. He's talking, I don't want to use descriptive how he's talking, but he's talking like a type of guy.
Okay.
A white guy that talks a certain way.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, Brian Gewirtz, right? The guy who The Rock thought, and Brian also thinks, that the guy who took his place as the face of the company. Keep in mind, this is what's funny when I was reading all this. Brian's working at the company. But he kind of keeps writing as if he's kind of like standing. He's not working with these people every day. Yeah. He's like just him and The Rock are over here on the side. Even though The Rock is not on the day-to-day operation. He and The Rock thought the comments were so flippant, so disrespectful. Now here he says, just before we continue, I freaking love John Cena. Okay? There's not a shred of phoniness about him. And he's admitted that those comments were wrong. Okay?
All right.
WWE is in Rock's blood. Footnote alert. As seen on the hit NBC show Young Rock, seasons 1 and 2 are now streaming on Peacock. Okay. The Rock reaches out to Vince. He wants to come back in 2010. Keep in mind, this is years after this 2008 interview. What is happening? The cat is playing with the doorstop. He wants to do business. Vince asked what he could do. Vince asked Rock about a match. He pitches a match to Rock. Rock wasn't feeling. End of sentence, moving on. What was the match? We'll never know. We just know Rock passed. Is this because that person's still in the company and they're like, what the fuck? I missed out on a Rock payday?
Sean, we know that was passed on by The Rock, I believe.
It would have been a Sean Rock match.
But I don't know when that would have been. That might have been years before this.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
2010. Well, Sean's still wrestling because he talks about the Shawn Undertaker match on one of the shows. Maybe that's the one that he hosts? That The Rock hosts?
No, that's the year before.
Okay, so Sean's out at this point.
Yeah,
then.
yeah.
Let's see. Rock had something bigger. And this, too, reading this is echoing what's going on now. Rock had something bigger in mind. He couldn't fuel his passion with a single match. Rock says he wants to give back. He tells Vince, I want to give back to the business and impact the WWE's bottom line economically. And you can't do that with just one match. Vince is like, yeah, baby. 3-year storyline. 3 main events. Technically 2.5 because Rock's just kind of there for one of them. Rock heard this idea and realized that's it. It would satisfy all the things Rock wanted to accomplish. A match with Triple H, classic rivalry, but we've seen it. Trying to break the Undertaker's streak, intriguing, but Taker was already involved in a major multi-year storyline with Triple H and Shawn Michaels. Facing
God, Rock
Fandango.
versus that would have been shit.
Facing Fandango in a dance-off, the world would not be able to handle it. No, the match was Rock versus John Cena. Rock could really, truly sink his teeth into it. He told me, Brian Gewirtz, the writer, I put that in there. He told me what he wanted for the story. So Rock went to Brian and said, please transcribe this. And it was stronger and realer. Is realer a world? Realist? Realer? More real?
More real.
It was stronger and realer than anything you can make up. Except Rock is doing it. He's making it up. For Rock, the story was simple. I love this business. I was born in this business. John Cena ran his mouth about me. He disrespected me, and now I'm back. Talk your shit now.
I don't remember it being this heated. It was just kind of quasi-shoot. Nothing was really that cutting.
No, it was just
The Rock
stupid.
was there
like,
every
petty-
week. Every week for 3 years, The Rock was in it. Cutting promos like he is now. It's almost like they learned their lesson. Rock has to show up more. For people to care and for it to impact the bottom line. It is funny that even Dave commented that it was at Mobile, maybe Memphis, one of those shows was not doing like advanced, like what they've been used to lately of advanced ticket sales, and The Rock was like, I'm going to be there. Sell out. Oh, so it is funny when now, Seth and Cody are running around going, we don't need them. Look at all these people. We don't need them. Dave has already written the uptick in sales. Now they were kind of cooling off, kind of finding their way back to earth.
Yeah,
and then now The Rock is lighting the fire again because the mutants think he's showing up to every show. I don't know. Yeah. I can't imagine being the fan that's like, think The Rock will show up? Well, he listed all the dates. It
says on our tickets that it's a Andrade versus Johnny Gargano main event, but he might be here.
Maybe he'll come out after the show. So first they got to set up The Rock coming back. It was Anaheim Raw. The strong online buzz was that it was going to be Justin Bieber. Remember all that online buzz that was Justin Bieber? I don't know. He says that a few times now that as we've gone through these chapters, where he's like, the online thing was this and it was wrong. I don't know who's he referring to?
So he's
Meltzer?
Mets fan 86, right?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying, you think he is?
No, yeah. I think did we say that earlier
On
on?
Reddit? The guy that was on Reddit as Mets fan?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we did, but
No, he definitely is. Like, he is terminally online. Like,
Yeah.
there's no doubt about it. And where else would you get dumb speculation like that? Shout out to R squared circle.
John did stop by Rock's dressing room earlier to say hello. Rock even buzzed him. He used that earlier when Rock would buzz people like, hey, I'm going to make fun of you. Rock buzzed him that he was going to say some shit about John in his promo. Rock didn't want to sugarcoat anything. This is so like lackey behavior, like the way he writes about like the Rock was very clear, and John responded, great. John gets it. He knew it wouldn't be a Rock promo if he didn't talk shit about people, especially about John, based on what John had said. So Rock, he goes, we didn't have to go that way. Sure, you can ignore the real-life comments and do an angle about The Rock wanting to face the very best WWE had to offer, the proverbial spirit of competition, but I'm falling asleep just typing that. He has a big problem with, like, two guys in the ring. They don't like each other. One wants to be the best. The other guy wants to be the best. That's enough. He can't handle it.
How does he think boxing matches are sold?
He doesn't get it. Nobody in WWE does. No WWE fans get it either. I wrote here, this is the stories thing, but what's the story? It's a problem. So, having Rock come out with a legit reason, you gotta have, as Vince would say in his ear, whispering over and over, you gotta have a legit reason. You can't just, like, want to be the best. You gotta have a reason. An issue with John that made the story way more intriguing, and that way more intriguing reason is that a few years ago, John said in an interview in the United Kingdom that The Rock wasn't at WWE all the time. But The Rock cuts a promo. It wasn't anything personal. He made fun of Cena's "You Can't See Me" catchphrase and his multicolored shirts. Quote, you look like a big fat bowl of Fruity Pebbles. That's it. This is Brian where he's like, that's a home run. And that's sure, The Rock could have come out there and been like, I think I'm the best and this and that. And I'm back and I'm bringing it to another level. But what if he made fun of John Cena? I don't believe John had been clued in on the 3-year plan and what was about to happen. Cena, a guy who was the ultimate company man, would do anything asked of him. He's assuming, he goes, maybe he thought The Rock cutting a promo on him was a little messed up. This is where I start, what is happening? Because he starts, it's like Brett watching somebody's face. He starts going, for this to work, he has to assume that Cena, who he's already established as a company man, doesn't give a fuck, will do whatever's asked of him, is mad. This all hinges on him assuming that Cena is mad at The Rock.
Yeah.
Now that the stage was set and the egos were a little bruised, and I wrote, now that we've vinced everyone, now that everyone is unsure where they stand, like nervous, he writes here, okay, Rock and Cena have a lot in common. Underappreciated wrestling skills, a.k.a. work rate, parentheses, quote unquote. So he's the guy that thinks, like, work. Am I wrong that work rate used to just mean, like, a guy could hustle in the ring? He had, like, a good tank. He's going.
Yeah.
He's a worker.
Yeah.
Now, and Brian's one of these people, it means, like, moves.
Correct. Yeah.
I told each of them separately how the other really was a great guy. But they were just different people. And he talks about John Cena showing up to the Peacemaker premiere dressed as the Peacemaker. The Rock just wouldn't do that. I was like, what's he talking? Like, so what's the point here? That Cena has a sense of humor about himself that The Rock doesn't.
Yes.
That Cena's a better promo. Like, I don't
you
like.
saying
What do you
that?
say? No, I'm like asking, like, what's he taught? Like, and then he throws in like Dave Bautista is also a unique person. He's probably like spiraling out where he's like, everybody has their own personality.
I don't want to burn any bridges.
Yeah, it is. It's one of
I'm a
those like
coward.
sweaty things. Like, what am I trying to say here? He goes, just because Dracula and Frankenstein are legendary monsters doesn't mean they'd enjoy hanging out on the weekends. Footnote alert. I wrote for Big Wolf on campus. I know these things. So now we're filming a vignette, or I don't know anymore. What are they filming? Some piece for he calls it a off-site vignette. It's with The Rock. And it's going to be with a little kid who's like a little John Cena. That's going to rap at The Rock. Inspired by the Funny or Die video, The Landlord, in which Will Ferrell gets verbally abused by a toddler.
Come on.
And I wrote, is there anything Brian has done in his career that isn't some kind of shitty wrestling version of a better idea?
No.
Yeah.
And then when it's somebody like, it's something like very simple things that he remembers about wrestling, like when it's to its core, just very cut and dry meat and potatoes. He's like, oh, it's boring. Vince told me too that I agree. Like he's just like, it's wild. I read the rap to Vince while waiting for my rental car in LA, and his laugh boomed through the phone so loud I was giddy. For this vignette, Vince was willing to bend the newly installed TV PG rules. Double footnote alert. This involved a shift to a more family-friendly show, with the rating going from TV 14 to TV PG. Though many argue in the beginning it was more G than PG. Why is he putting this in here? Who is this book for? If you're reading this and you're like, I remember this, I was watching it this time, you know what he's talking about. I wasn't watching. I know that they shifted ratings.
Yeah.
So they try to do the thing. He kind of blames the piece wasn't a good or a hit because the dad comes in and says, my son's not going to say any of this. Oh, the rap. He says The Rock and himself are trying to explain that this is just, it's not about the kid. The kid is being John Cena. It's just performing. It's going to show that he can do comedy. But the father wouldn't change his mind. So we needed to shoot something now. So Rock and him regroup, and they put together what, while entertaining, in hindsight, was less fun and more mean-spirited than what we initially intended. Oh, okay. So then The Rock tells the child Cena he's just not that talented. And again, Brian goes, I can't imagine, he doesn't know, I can't imagine John was pleased when he watched this air. Okay. Vince watches it and he doesn't think it's good either. So his decision is to enhance it with goofy comedic sound effects. the creative on this. What?
Oh, God. Put a hat on it.
I want to look it up now.
And then watch it.
I can't recall ever hearing about this.
Rock, Cena kid, rapper. I think I've seen this. Okay. Oh, it's 9 minutes to young Cena.
Oh my God.
I just need to see the sound effects here. Let's see. Let's go to sound effects.
I just imagine fart noises if it's Vince adding them post-production.
He's saying you can't see me to The Rock. The Rock. Oh, yep. There's a record scratch after he says that, as The Rock does does a take to the camera. A record scratch. Now The Rock standing up. He's messing with his shirt as he does. No gang signs. Yeah, they're telling the kid not to rap.
It's 9 minutes long.
Yeah, it's 9 minutes long.
God. So this has always been the case.
Yeah.
They've been
Rock
doing
looks
this for
young. Saying that Cena owns the 2 to 5 year olds.
So does Jerry Lawler.
Here's the most replayed. I only see the most replayed bit. It is just The Rock talking to the kid, so I believe that he's making the kid cry because he's telling him he doesn't matter how he feels. I'm looking for the. He's giving him a T-shirt, a Cena T-shirt to wipe his tears. He says it's like toilet paper. There's mutants in the crowd, and they're laughing. They love it. The kid is just standing there blank-faced. He's doing nothing as The Rock just talks at him.
All right, that's enough.
Fruity Pebbles. What a long segment to not be in front of a crowd. Not even in front of the crowd. Okay. So we got through the first phase of the 3-part WrestleMania plan. I love this 3 parts, and the parts are host, main event, main event. Those are the 3 parts. Yeah,
there was that one Survivor Series match.
Not
and
brought
then
up.
beating
Not
Punk.
brought up. Not brought up.
Really? Okay.
Punk not mentioned once during all of this.
Wow.
You'd think he's being. Who was champion? How did The Rock become? How did he feel about it? Brian, speak on it. Nope. Footnote alert. Rock cost John Cena the match and Miz won the main event. A fact I believe is printed on Miz's business cards. Again, I want to... Okay, here it goes. Here's where he starts again. Again, I want to point out, as far as this real-life story goes, there are no baby faces and heels. No good guys and bad guys. What we had was 2 people, each with a legit claim to being the biggest star in the industry, was a deep personal issue that happened to be playing out each week on live television. Gus is crying. He's nodding. He's biting his lip.
I just
Can you believe that this? How hard he keeps going. This is when I wrote. This is his thing. This is the magnum opus. This is everything to Brian. This 3-year period. This one program. Don't you get it?
I'm thinking of Cornette always tells this story that in Jerry Jarrett's office there was a sign that said "Personal issues draw money." That's what Gewirtz thinks he's doing here.
I mean, I can hear Vince when he's like, "There's no good guys and bad guys. It's just deep personal issues, and it just happens to be live on TV each week. We're just pointing the camera." Okay, so let's see here. John, boy, the current mutants would not like this because all of a sudden things are happening at a WWE live event in Australia. John cut a promo, so now you got to find that footage. He says he was there, but The Rock wasn't. This prompted an intense Facebook retort by The Rock.
Oh boy.
With 0 goofy comedic sound effects, where he unloaded his line of thinking. This was pure passion, some of it clearly in character, some not. I'm sorry. Rock talked about how he'd done everything Cena had done, only better, and coming back to WWE didn't literally mean every week.
What great logic.
Whether it was by design or simply a byproduct of the real life heat, people were talking. And not just the wrestling audience. The story was being picked up by media outlets worldwide.
USA Today,
This
Entertainment Weekly.
This wasn't Ted DiBiase paying a referee to get plastic surgery to screw over Hulk Hogan, although admittedly that was awesome. This was serious, boiling tension playing out in real time in front of a worldwide audience, to the point that after that Facebook video, Vince had to tell both Rock and Cena to go radio silent until it was time to do business in the ring and on television again.
Okay.
Like the rest of the world, come on, guys, you don't remember this? Like the rest of the world, I watched this all go down while asking the very poignant question: what the hell is happening?
I don't remember any of this.
I don't either.
We've gone kayfabe. We're through the looking glass here. He's working there, and he's like, "This is getting too real. What's going on? We've lost control." Again, to set the stage, Cena, thanks to a rock bottom at WrestleMania 27, had been screwed out of the WWE title and was scheduled to face Rock himself at WrestleMania 28, with the finish still to be determined. The writing team had an idea of what the finish would be, Rock going over, parentheses, but it wasn't officially decided until the day of the show. In real life, I'd imagine John felt like he was being underappreciated. In general, kids and women loved him. Adult men did not. Hence, the dueling chants of "Let's go Cena, Cena sucks." He's now thinking that John doesn't like those chants now. John has changed his core person. And now he's equating those chants to Rock fans that say Cena sucks.
Yeah.
As year 2 of the WrestleMania program began, Hiram Garcia and I, why is he here? Wait a minute. I was like, what? Why is he back? Is he a writer? I thought he was just like
those pictures.
I thought he was like a suit. He was the friend of the girl he was dating. The brother of the what's We worked on with the Rock on his return to Raw promo when he's coming back again, because the Rock left again. Simultaneously, I'd written an outline because that's your job, to be writing other stuff for other people. Simultaneously, I'd written an outline for John, but he was going to basically make it his own. Not only because that was what he always did from the very start of his WWE career and with great success, but also because on principle, there was no way in hell he was going to let the Rock Strider do his promo for him. What is the point of this guy? This guy spent minutes of his life writing an outline of a promo for Cena to say, thanks, but you know that I don't do that. What's he doing? He shows it so he can show it to Vince, and Vince can be like, yeah, show it to John, knowing that John's going to go, thanks.
That makes sense.
This was a stressful situation I found myself in. Technically, I was a guy with no dog in the fight, but if perception was reality, then I was on Team Rock. Reality being reality, I was on Team Rock. Why? What in the world is happening here? Why is he so tied to The Rock? He's been working there just... When did this become a thing? Him and The Rock.
Know. Yeah. I don't know.
And then he goes, it wasn't as if I was anti-Cena, but if that was perception, then that's reality. Because this is what Vince is always talking about, perception is reality. My head is spinning just thinking about this.
You know what I'm thinking is, if he was backstage for the screw job, he would be crying with Shawn Michaels because it'd be too intense for him.
I just wrote, I hate this. This is tough. This is uncharted territory for us, where a WWE writer, is trying to kayfabe us. Is trying to really be like, these guys. Well, what is he trying to get across? That Cena's going to go in the ring and just like start beating the shit out of The Rock? He's already established that they're just going to do business for business. So what are we doing? Just saying wow is great. They were shooting on it. They were quasi shooting on each other. I've seen that. It's fine. It's good. I like it. But then he's that guy that's like, no, you don't get it. No, I get it. Here we go again. He says, again. Gus, again.
Yes.
There is no other form of scripted televised entertainment where anything like this happens. Okay?
Okay.
Josh Brolin's Thanos doesn't tell Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man, I pretty much know what we're supposed to do, so let's call it out there on the green screen.
That's not true.
Up.
Yeah.
Up.
I mean, Curb. There's
Yes.
improvised
Yeah.
sitcoms.
Am I going to really do this to Brian right now? Did you know Robert Downey's line of I am Iron Man at the end? That was not scripted.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Strike 3, Brian. Sorry, now you're out. We've decided you're a moron.
Don't sue me.
So now we come to it. The Rock goes out there, and he has bullet points written on his wrist.
Mm-hmm.
And what the problem was, Cena goes out there and calls him out on it. Now, Brian, this is Brian. Why is Brian doing this? Writing notes on body parts was actually an old school thing. I don't know for certain if Roddy Piper did it back in the day, but he certainly did. Right, go. What? What's the problem? What's going on? But he certainly did it all the time when he was back in the company starting in 2003. You mean when he was old and you were asking him to memorize scripts? Right. You should see how I underlined again, because he writes again here. It's like I like put my pen through the page again. When you've essentially got a day to memorize and goes into it, like this is why he was writing the bullet points.
But see, the problem isn't with the bullet points; it's having to memorize a 20-minute monologue.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
That should be the thing you kill to make it work.
Well, and also, The Rock hasn't done it in a while. It's a helpful tool to keep track of where you are. And I wrote, isn't The Rock an actor? What's happening? What's going on? You better believe when I watched that latest Rock concert, and
the Rock concert.
His eyes are locked in on those pages.
Is Brian holding it back towards himself again?
Dude, I was like, this dude is just reading a promo. He's reading.
I didn't think that was good at all.
It's not.
I was expecting to be like won over, and I'm like, I'll give him their props. If he's fucking hilarious, okay. That was weak. I don't know.
And Cody's mama. I'm gonna take this weight belt. Cody's mama. I'm gonna be over there with this weight. It's gonna be. I'm gonna beat Cody's ass with it, right? And I'll be over there. Nobody's Cody's mama, married to Dusty Rhodes. And I have the weight belt. I've beaten your son up with it. It's like, what is happening to this man's brain?
The match is Cody versus Roman.
I was just waiting for him to say he was going to fuck Cody's mom. We didn't get that. So he calls The Rock out. Now, John Cena has said that this was all planned. He's kind of like, what do they call that? Where you go back and you say, actually.
Retconning?
Yeah, retconning. Yeah.
Cena says it was pre-planned.
Yes, I think now he's done an interview recently where he was like, yeah. Somebody asked him about it, and he was like, gave a very polite answer about it. Let me see. Cena, real quick. Cena, Rock, written promo. He was just calling him out. This was maybe not. Maybe he just said it was a mistake to do that. Just he's walked back everything.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. He says it was fucking stupid to call it The Rock. Well, here, I like this John Cena. He points at Brian Gewirtz and Gorilla and shouts, if it's on TV, it's fair game. And I wrote, this has to be something Brian says to people. Explain why did you make fun of me for that?
Yeah.
And again, that's not to paint John as the bad guy. So, for smart fans, this was, of course, a huge deal. But he says this also obliterated the trust between Rock and John. I like that he goes, for the general audience, I don't think they really cared. They're just happy to have The Rock back. Personally, as a big fan as I was and still am of John's, I thought he didn't need to go there.
You know what I would not be surprised at?
What?
Who were we saying? Kind of like the Larry Nelson thing.
Yeah.
There's going to be quite a comparison.
Mm-hmm.
But you know how the boys never really smartened Larry Nelson up to the business? And they would kind of rib him about it?
Yes.
Because, like, he details about how the one time they broke kayfabe to him, like, they winked at him. Like, it's...
Yes, and he was
for
very like...
kayfabe and Larry.
Oh, yeah, his eyes were, like, wide like a
Do you
child.
think The Rock respects Gewirtz so little that he was working him too, and Brian's just a fucking idiot and believes it?
Yes.
I mean, he did say when he was like, Mark Wahlberg this, he was like, I could have had fun with that. Maybe. Yeah, he's definitely like... I mean, Rock has got he's generational with his pro wrestling family. He sees this Gewirtz guy that's just always, wide-eyed, never smoked a funny cigarette in his life. Brian, I don't think that the ooh moment was worth it.
Which is what?
So that got to The Rock.
The gloves were off. And I don't really have anything. They just like, he kind of goes through different things. He makes more like, he says that he feels like when they're cutting promos on each other, like the tone isn't quite right. Cena's laughing Rock off. Rock's trying to be serious. Cena's making a tooth fairy joke.
You notice how The Miz is Gewirtz's Al Snow?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Because he rips him again.
Yeah. He likes it. They get along. He doesn't like that John... Rock's doing pre-tape promos at Vince's request. Rock doesn't like doing those. So John has a t-shirt that reads, I bring it via satellite. Cena whips the shirt at Brian Gewirtz in gorilla position. And he said, I still have it. And then he kind of goes off on a tangent where he thought he was friends with John. They'd watched a cut of The Marine together. John Cena's like somewhat grounded in reality. And he, after they're done watching it, John Cena says, we need to go get a drink. And they get stuck in his tour bus in the middle of a snowstorm. What?
I don't know what it is. Maybe it's my state. I feel like partying with Cena would be fun.
Oh no, that'd be
Okay.
great. John's got to be like...
Yeah, he says they go to Bobby V's in Stamford.
Yeah, I'd love to party with John.
Truth be told, I'm pretty sure I did most of the work. Footnote alert. Somehow the Marines still spawned 5 sequels. 4 of them starred The Miz, which kept him off TV for long stretches of time, so I guess it wasn't all bad. So, now cut to, he thinks he's friends. And they're going go-kart. John pays for everybody to go go-kart racing. And I had never done go-kart racing before. Double footnote alert. Since I lived in New York City, I rarely drove, period. Okay, what does that have to do with go-kart racing? You never been to an amusement park? You never been to...
Bumper car? Like anything with a wheel and a pedal?
This is my thing. Is he just completely gobsmacked whenever he steps behind any kind of contraption that has a gas pedal, like a mower? Is he like, wait, now I push the red handle up and then hold on to and then pull the cord? John T-bones him. He spins out, and then John promptly T-bones him in go-karts. Which now I think he means bumper cars. Because go-karts are usually
Yeah,
kind
they're
of
not.
like,
Just,
I don't know if you were able to do, unless this is the jankiest go-kart track that Cena's rented out, where you have full command and you're going high speeds. But he says it's go-kart, whatever, he gets T-boned. What about our Marine moment? But then he remembers, I had written a joke for Rock, where while inducting his father and grandfather into the Hall of Fame, there's something about WWE going to Iraq and being accused of torture by making prisoners watch copies of the Marine.
I'll laugh at that.
Well, maybe Cena.
And that's where
Right.
Cena makes that face. He kind of no-sells it. He
Yeah,
tries to big league him.
yeah. Which I like that that's in The Rock's induction for his father and grandfather. That makes sense that would go in there. Good job, Brian. In John's defense, years later, I found out I was far from the first guy he deboned on a go-kart track. Okay. In Cleveland, Rock, Hiram, and I. Who's the writer here? Why does Brian, who is the writer, why is Hiram Garcia constantly involved in these powwows? Look at this. Can we all look at his picture right now? Hiram Garcia on the $7 website.
Is he bizarre looking?
Looks like a hell of a writer. Just type in Hiram Garcia and he'll come up.
Okay, kind of looks like the guy who married J-Lo in the 2000s.
Yeah. He looks like a knockoff Vin Diesel.
Yeah.
He looks like he's emulating Rock.
I
Who
think it's
lost their hair
called.
first, Hiram or Rock?
I don't know. I'm looking at a picture of the three of them at the
So-
Black Adam
Yeah.
premiere.
Let's do it right there. Let's click on this thing.
Oh, producer Hiram Garcia talk sequel of Black Adam. So that's
That's not
obviously
happening.
that's an old article.
What if I type in Hiram Garcia and Brian Gewirtz? It comes up for pictures. I don't even know how to spell his name at this point. It's just young Rock shit.
Think
God.
they're pictured together?
Yeah, it's
Why
only
you-
just him and Danny all the time. Then it's young Rock stuff.
Who's
God.
that? No, I'm looking. I got a few leads, but
Brian doesn't take pictures. He notes that later. Doesn't take pictures.
okay.
And he had to have people submit the pictures because he doesn't save it or take any.
Is that Brian? I don't know. Okay.
So they're there. Rock the Trident. They're writing lyrics to the Rock concert. Cena's going
Okay.
for rap. John would never use a WWE writer to collaborate with his cousin via phone, which that makes sense if you're like rapping and you're doing his kind of white guy rapping. Yeah, call your cousin. You think his cousin's dropping slurs and be like, call him this. It rhymes. And he's like, I cannot do that.
Is he from Massachusetts, the cousin?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
right?
okay. Yeah, then that happens.
Brian says, check out Bad Bad Man from Cena. It still, as the kids say, slaps. So they see his rap. This is the one where John Cena threatens Rock with a Cleveland steamer and putting his nuts in his face. The Rock watched the rap and responded with a smile. He knew what he had later at night would be far more memorable. Set to the Jailhouse Rock theme. This is why I was desperately trying to parody a song for the day. I was like, I can't be bothered.
Oh.
Uh,
But hang on, he says earlier, this was the start of the ultra-conservative PG era. I thought that started in like 2008.
it started like right after Benoit, I thought.
Yeah, when Linda ran in 2008 is what I always align
Yeah.
that with. If
He
anything, this is getting like close to, I don't know. I guess it was still PG, but
he just really wants to keep underlining that
he's like Russo. His hands were tied.
I can't believe we're getting away with all this adult material.
That's the other side of it.
It's PG. I mean, how are we getting away with this? Because Vince doesn't give a shit, So here's some lines. He thought Rock looked at the Cleveland Steamer and the nuts in the face and went, huh, I got something much, much better. Here's a quote. Rock, Hiram, and Brian up all night just pouring over these lines for ultimate zing. I know you love Chewbacca and Frodo too, but you're a walking virgin and you're 42. Okay.
I don't understand who's he talking about there.
Cena.
He's not 42.
I mean,
At that time?
what are you gonna? I don't know. He also says that he loves Chewbacca and Frodo.
Yeah,
because
we
they
don't know
needed
that either,
something to
do
rhyme
we?
Well, they needed something to rhyme with 42 too.
Neither of which are appropriate.
Well, that's why they put in the word "to," Too.
So it's kind of like Kid Rock when he rhymes things with things.
I'm smoking.
I know you love Chewbacca and Frodo too, but you're a walking virgin and you're 42. I just wrote lame. This is so lame. We also made fun of the day of his birth. April 23rd, 1977. The doctor shouted, "Send that baby back to heaven."
That's what the liberals want to do. The post-birth abortions.
Yep. Before finally settling on the fact that The Rock had sex with Cena's mother. We honestly didn't know how it would be received. You guess what? The crowd the mutants loved it. They went absolutely nuts. It was satisfying to see the crowd respond so vocally. Putting it together was one of the most fun nights Rock, Hiram, and myself ever had. Most of the stuff we pitched was way too unsuitable for viewers.
I bet it was real racy. The good Rock concert, if you can call one that, is 03, right? With Goldberg?
I think so. Hollywood Rock.
Okay. And this is him bringing it back.
I can't believe the best... He put in that line with 2 and 2. Send that baby back to heaven. And he was just like... They were in the hotel room just like high-fiving and like, fuck, this is good. And then they watched Rock or Cena off the cuff rap out some... Not off the cuff, but like...
Yeah.
Rapped out some lines. And then The Rock was like, you don't even know what I've got lined up. So he's in Gorilla. Cena's watching it with a huge grin. And Cena, big leagues everyone, goes, now that's The Rock I've been waiting for. But he was right. This segment connected with the audience. Footnote alert. Except for child rapping Cena's dad, who I can only assume was appalled. Everything got easier at that point. You'll never believe this, Rock and Cena and Vince are all collaborating in the same room together.
Wow.
How about that?
Which is a good thing because we were doing it all over again at next year's WrestleMania, this time with Rock as champion. And this is what I wrote. CM Punk? Where's he at in all this? Got any stories about him? Then he's kind of like, well, anyways. The next one was kind of like people had seen it. The real life tension in the promos just wasn't the same, though they still got plenty of shots in. And he just moved on. Anyways, that third main event, overall night, the night was a huge success. Then he talks, well, The Rock got injured. But other than that, even I said, but other than that, The 3-year odyssey ended with physical and emotional scars for both Rock and John, with me experiencing many nervous breakdowns along the way.
Okay.
Well, was it all worth it? And I'm like, what are you
No.
talking about? Yeah, right now in the middle of this? No. Rock and John Cena broke an all-time pay-per-view buy rate record, one that will never be broken. Well, it didn't break the other one, so I don't see how confused by that. Footnote alert. With WWE's pay-per-view model completely changing via the WWE Network and Peacock, this record will stand the test of time.
But that's like saying like Cy Young is the greatest pitcher ever because
Well, Paul will tell you that their events are now the most watched events of all time.
Okay.
But
That's
also,
wonderful.
it didn't even break the old record. What is he on about?
Hang on.
Trump Vince got 1,200,000. This got 1,048,000.
Okay, that's
I'm doing that
not-
off of memory.
No, you're not.
I am. I looked it up.
WrestleMania 23 had 1.188 million buys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then this is 13, the second one, right?
He's talking about WrestleMania 29.
Yeah, so that's 2013. 1.048 buys. So, right, they had 140,000 more buys. Trump.
Yep.
He's a liar.
I don't get it. I don't get what he's doing. And then he goes into John Cena became the new WWE champion. Then he'd go on to host SNL and do this and do that. And now he thanks Rock for leading the way. Something I know Rock appreciates. What is this? What is this?
I don't know. I think I don't know. I think Brian maybe doesn't. Cena's an alpha male type. I don't think Brian maybe gets Cena,
Yeah.
and that Vince was probably the one who worked with Cena, writing stuff, or I don't know. It feels more.
Wait. He's kind of like, as he's going, he goes, that match started the countdown for John to eventually leave WWE, which finally happened in 2017. And it was during this time in 2010 that I started to feel the same way about my life and my career. But my exit, unlike Rock and John's, was not going to be as simple or pleasant. And I wrote, what have we learned from this chapter? It's Brian's greatest creative moment. He doesn't really write anything in it. He just kind of stands on the sidelines, eyes darting back and forth as John Cena yells at him. Nothing like he says. Most of the Rock segments didn't quite work out the way they wanted them to. Harem's there, writing as well, I guess. What is this? He wrote this book about himself. Do we want to?
Schmucky the Clown, power through
Doing
it. 20 pages.
Okay. Here's the long and short of Schmucky the Clown. First, he explains. This is here that he explains what the Schmucky the Clown is. Ugh, it's a Lewis Black reference. So, he points out that Vince McMahon, working with him is hard because he's just.
I do like that Vince uses the term dungarees.
Yes. Yes, you should avoid wearing dungarees in his presence and do not remind him that they are not called dungarees.
Oshkosh bagosh.
I like this. And just when you think you're in his good graces, one ill-timed reaction, facial expression, or offhand remark can throw your entire relationship into a tailspin.
Cool.
Cool, yeah, cool, all right. At one point, Stephanie McMahon said to me, I wish he'd listen to me the way he listens to you. Okay? Well, that's not because any of my ideas were brilliant or anything. It's just that Vince was always toughest on Stephanie and Shane. Almost like he was telling the world, you think I just gave them high-profile jobs to my kids out of nepotism? Well, I'll make them earn it.
Did you?
I guess they're just there going, I mean, she has a higher rank than you, Brian. Did she earn it? He would say, yeah, she did. Oh, yeah. She had to eat more Vince shit than anybody. I found the 3 keys to pleasing Vince were, uh-oh. What are the 3 keys to pleasing Vince? 1. Actually come up with good creative ideas. Strike 1. 2. Pitch in a clear, concise manner. And 3. Don't be a Schmucky the Clown. And then he explains what Schmucky is. Basically, that's the nitwit. Whoever on any given day is going to take all of Vince's heat. It's random. It's going to be, you just don't want to be that guy. The guy that Vince is shitting on. There was always someone in our writers' meetings who unknowingly was taking on that role in Vince's eyes. Sometimes it was a new writer. Sometimes, fairly or not, it was a veteran, like Paul Heyman. Just for whatever reason, that person had fallen on Vince's bad side. And when you were that person, Vince would react to everything coming out of her mouth like it was literally the last thing they should do. Don't get me wrong, I got into my fair share of arguments with Vince. One time at the end of a heated conference call, Vince suggested I go have a good cry. Brian gets so angry he throws his phone into his apartment wall.
You're making me like Vince.
Yeah, no, that's...
There's some of that in this chapter.
Why don't you have a good cry about it? You bitch.
But generally speaking, I was rarely in Schmucky land. If anything, I was the guy Vince would look to when that day Schmucky had made a fatal mistake of opening their mouth. I said, that's because you're a worm. And when Vince's light shines on you, you're like, oh, thank you. Oh, they're getting it, not me. Dealing with Vince could be a tricky labyrinth. But over the years, I grew to admire him as a role model. Reprint incoming.
Yeah.
He is everything I wasn't. Brash, fearless, extroverted, impeccably dressed. And then he throws in a joke. I'm not even going to read it. Alleged rapist. He loved confrontation. I sometimes wished I could live my life for one day with Vince McMahon's mindset. No, you don't. You don't want that. I always enjoyed working with him when he was a performer. Footnote alert. Alert. The Mr. America lie detector test and the vignettes in the church with Shane when he was preparing to face Shawn Michaels and God were probably my favorites. Dr. Heine, shot in a terrible-smelling veterinary office, was not. And it basically says, even though I would get chewed out, I did gain his trust. In fact, the greatest compliment you could get with Vince was that you'd hand him something that you'd written. And he doesn't even want the this is good shit or a thumbs up. What?
I'm seething because I didn't read this chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Where you're going next?
He just likes it when Vince doesn't even, he reads through it and he's got probably his glasses on. And he's like, I don't need to see it. I trust you. He's looking over everything. He's poring over the script and you're putting this paper in his face. He goes, I trust you. And Brian turns into Rudolph from the Christmas classic. She thinks I'm cute. He's fucking flying on that. But then he's like, oh God.
This is what I'm talking about.
Yes, he's like, you know, my relationship with Vince, that was a lot like Tony and Christopher in The Sopranos. Christopher, his nephew, quote unquote. But then it took a turn into the last season of the relationship in Sopranos. But I'm getting ahead of myself. He says it probably started.
You don't want to spoil anything for Gus, so you left out the last line of the sentence.
Nope. Don't worry about it, Gus. Just know that Tony and Christopher
I
have a tumultuous
already forgotten.
relationship.
Look, I'm pumping out Suns right now. I won't remember.
Are you proposing marriages? Are you building up prestige and alliances?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are you culture head yet?
No, I'm in the process of usurping my father, though, and building a strong alliance with the Poles.
Okay. He thinks it started around 2005. I was 6 years into my tenure, 32 years old, and head writer of the flagship show. Yet I felt like something was missing. In Hollywood, as a writer, you go through a trajectory. You start out as a staff writer, you work your way up through the chain, hopefully one day creating your own show. This is when I was thinking about the Dan Schneider thing earlier. He's writer. What is this worth? What own show what are you doing? What is the abuse worth? Is it really just so you can sit around in an office all day, pitching ideas? You're like, well, I mean, this abuse that these people talk about is on the Schneider stuff. The Schneider stuff, he had a woman writer, retell some kind of childhood story or something, but act like you're being sodomized. She did it. She bent over a table and told the story and acted like she was being sodomized.
That's hot.
Okay, Marcus. We're gonna clap again.
No, what was I gonna say though? The number of sitcoms that are like artistically probably fulfilling to actually write is how many? One on it at a time. So right, getting your own show. What are you gonna write? Fucking for Tool Time? You know what I mean? What are you creating? A Roseanne spinoff?
I mean, I've always appreciated that there's the writers that go, they write on these sitcoms and they're like, they do it for years and they're just like clock in, clock out. And there's no abuse going on. They're like, This is a job. It's Brian and these other people find themselves in these situations where they're like, it's worth it. It's worth it. Is it? You can't go right on Malcolm and Eddie. Were they doing the things Vince was doing on Malcolm and Eddie? You can't write a good script, Brian. Get on that show. Send in the packet.
Show us your
like a late night show. Yes, go get on a late night show. You can't get on a late night show. So, in 2005, he was getting the itch to do something else. So Vince and Stephanie give him time off. 3 months paid time off in order to go off and write the Eugene movie. And I wrote, fucking what? That's right. They're going to make a Eugene movie.
I've never heard about this.
He explains who Eugene is. Nick Dinsmore, South Dakota native. And and he wants to write a Pee-wee's Big Adventure Eugene origin story. He says it was Vince's idea. He says, go meet with WWE Films. Which he says right at that time we're just reading a lot of like the thing he says, ex-bikers trying to go straight, being lured back into a life of crime. Rival bikers kidnap, sexually torture their girlfriends.
That's the plot of 2 Triple H movies.
Oh, wow.
King of Kings, here we go. Most of... Okay.
320s. Okay.
Yeah. So he goes, he talks to these people.
I'm a bad movie guy. The Chaperone, you know The Chaperone. You know of it, right?
I know of it.
Yeah. He's a guy who's just got out of prison, and even though he's trying to go straight, what's his name? Who's the guy in The Departed? He's the bad guy in that. Kevin Corrigan.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And then the other movie I watched, I didn't know he had done a second movie. He's literally getting out of prison with Michael Rappaport. And they get into a caper like the day he gets out. Same thing.
Lovely. So he goes to WWE Films, and and this is odd to me. They didn't really want to make any movie associated with wrestling, let alone a Eugene movie. Aren't they working for Vince? They didn't get the memo that this was happening? They're their own entity.
2004.
WWE Films is their own entity that they can go. Vince can send someone to go pitch them a movie, and then they go, "No, thank you. Go back." What are they doing then? What are they getting? Who's in charge?
Hang on, yeah, because I want to see. Well, actually, they weren't doing anything yet.
Mhm.
They hadn't made a movie yet.
Okay.
See No Evil would be the first one.
The only advice I got from WWE Films was watch Dumb and Dumber. Okay.
Wonderful.
Maybe they were going to write that Big Show comedy. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He's kind of confused himself. He's like, why does WWE Films not want to make films about
Well,
wrestlers?
You know what it is. Vince probably packed it full of suits, from the industry
Mm-hmm.
who probably don't know shit about wrestling, and they got this fucking dweeb coming in
Yeah.
whose only thing on his CV is wrestling, and they're like, well, these movie ideas are terrible.
They just know they need to turn a profit and they need to cast a wrestler.
Yes.
The break from day-to-day WWE actually did wonders for me physically and mentally. And he writes something here. It's a little like the Shawshank Redemption in that you get so used to working in WWE, you become institutionalized. Dwell on that, Brian. The Eugene movie was not quite on par with Shawshank, footnote alert. Despite a brilliant opening scene of Jim Ross and Jerry Lawler up in a tree wearing colonial outfits and calling a heel turn from Abe Lincoln to George Washington in one of Eugene's dream sequences. Does that sound like something you'd want to watch?
No.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. How you getting Jim Ross up in a tree, even if it's a fake tree?
And why are
He
they
really-
in colonial outfits?
Because Abe Lincoln, I guess, or George
But
Washington.
they weren't alive at the same time.
Well, it's a dream, and it's Eugene's dream, and he's dumb.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Why
That's
is Abe
so
Lincoln
stupid.
turning? Why is Abe Lincoln turning heel? He likes slavery now, or George Washington? What's happening here?
I don't think the slow have such vivid dreams, do they?
I
That's a
don't.
whole.
I don't know.
I've never even considered. There's got to be a paper out there.
I just imagine
You'd
just
have to-
dreaming in a color is exciting.
Lord. All right,
It's a lower base.
331.
Clap.
Simple shapes.
Just like
I'm
Larry's
sorry.
just a spinning triangle. Larry's really Lord.
Give him a kaleidoscope. and
I've thought
interchange
about that
those.
before because when I worked at the grocery store, our pill ring, the guys who would like to buy pills, we would like go in, and the cart guy was one of them, but he was like developmentally disabled, and I just was thinking to myself, like, what is he even feeling from getting high? Like, he's not normal, so what's the baseline? Like, he probably feels good all the time because he's kind of dumb, right?
Yeah.
You can always feel better.
I guess.
Well, on this one,
It's not like he was stressed about paying bills and needed to
Yes,
he was always
yeah.
in that state of bliss.
everything's a-okay.
Yeah.
Well, and for this too, it's so Eugene knows about Abe Lincoln and George Washington, and understands some kind of concept of good and bad. He's holding this into his head.
The only way I would say this isn't a dumb idea is if he's daydreaming this while in school.
Yes.
Okay. That could
and
be.
it is-
I'll give
and
Brian
it's-
credit.
By the way, if this movie got made, imagine how Nick Dinsmore would feel about a movie where he's doing. We talked about this. He's doing the hands. He's a grown man
Biting
doing
the
this.
nails.
Mm-hmm. JR is talking about it on his podcast years later, and he's like, regrettable
It was
that I was in it. Yeah. I mean, a colonial costume. I didn't really ask questions. So, by the way, Brian alerts us to the fact that this is the first screenplay I'd ever attempted. I will, what?
Like, if you really wanted to be a writer and, like, you looked up to your uncle, like, don't you have stuff you should have been, like, marinating on since, like, I don't know, high school? Like, Mick was a more creative guy than this schmuck.
Yeah. Right. Mick was making student films at least.
Yeah.
But a lot of times, when you're a writer and you really got something, like, that means that he just what was he thinking about during his days? Was writing outlines and transcribing wrestlers' ideas. He never just went home and went, or to his laptop. Went to
He
his
would
laptop.
go
I'm not
home
saying
and
he went home,
watch his DVD
or
collection.
go to his hotel
Match game.
and he's got to be up, and Undertaker's yelling in his face in an airplane. He can't be bothered to think of ideas to write about, but yet he's feeling that yearning. That's what I'm struggling with. He's yearning to write something, and then they're like, "We'll write a Eugene movie." He's like, "That will scratch that itch." Okay. So then now Eugene, by the time he's done with the movie, nobody likes Eugene anymore. My theory: WWE used him too much, too soon. I once went to a live event, and they had him come out in front of the people 4 times.
It was stupid.
So Vince pulls him aside and goes, "We're not doing the Eugene movie." He then asked, "Was it possible to rewrite it and just make it a different character, but with Tourette's syndrome?"
Oh boy.
Ooh.
Brian says, "It wasn't."
Fucking Vince.
The weird thing I noticed was that while Vince couldn't have been more
What do
supportive,
you think
when-
Vince's reaction was? Or did he just see the South Park episode? That might be true.
Yeah,
But
I
what
doubt
do you
that
think-
Vince's idea was it's a Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
No, but Tourette's. How do you think Vince
Oh, the
learned of
Tourette's?
Tourette's? Yeah.
Wasn't Goldust doing it?
Ah, okay. Okay.
So now
I
it's a
guess you're
Goldust
right.
movie. Dustin Rhodes is reading this and like, "Oh man, that could have been my big break." I like that Vince equates to he's special needs, so like Tourette's. Tourette's people don't have a disability like that. The weird thing I noticed was that while Vince couldn't have been more supportive when I was off writing the movie, answering all questions and providing encouragement, what questions is he asking Vince about the screenplay?
He's asking about the Eugene lore.
Yeah, is he like, "Do you think we could get JR
Is
and
Bischoff
Colonial?"
really his uncle?
Yeah, so do we really want to put that in? I could tell something changed when I came back. It was almost like he resented me for taking so much time off while others were in the proverbial foxhole with him.
Mm-hmm.
When I came back for the first time, I found myself in the extended role of Schmucky the Clown, and it was not fun. I thought he already wrote that he was never in this position, or rarely was. Now we're going to find out that he spent months, years. And I also wrote, well, as we've established, this is a cult. And Brian, you've got to get reinstitutionalized. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
So he's thinking about, it was never my dream to become a WWE writer. He was watching all his friends branch out, getting Hollywood quote-unquote writing careers. I was spending the weekend writing another script for Raw. I started to wonder, is this all there is? Stephanie got it. She tried to be accommodating. And Stephanie goes, "Why don't you be a senior executive? You know, you'll be in the other meetings where we talk about other bullshit like marketing and fucking corporate trajectory, and you'll oversee the creative team, but you'll have to find a replacement for yourself, and you'll just be like a suit guy." And he's so he kind of gives it a go. He's attending meetings with the creative services where they talk about things to like, what do we put on the production trucks? Whose face we putting on? Big time decisions here, as if anybody gives a fuck. But he doesn't really like it. He's like avoiding things. He's just like, I don't want to be like working here like that. Like, I think he's like, oh, now I'm like a WWE guy. And so one day he's either got to go to a meeting, or he's going to have to write Raw. And so he's like, fuck it, I'll write, I'll do what I was hired to do. I'll write Raw. Well, Vince heard about this and he was enraged from his point of view. And he agrees with this. He understands Vince's point of view. They were giving me a tremendous opportunity and I was squandering it. It was insulting not to attend that type of meeting. It is equivalent of saying, yeah, thanks, Vince and Steph. I'm sure your company is fascinating, but the truth is, I really don't give a shit. My point of view is very short-sighted and stupid.
He won't own anything over Vince, huh?
Well, I wrote, you know how he's like, oh, this is dumb. And he's like, I can see why Vince thought, you know how Vince sees it like this? Because it's a business to him. It's a wrestling business. Why would he think that Vince is like, oh, yes, the creative. That's what Vince says when he's feeling artsy.
Yeah.
And also, because he was like, well, I was just like, I might just do the one thing I was actually good at. One, we have no evidence of that. Two, Vince, in his mind, also writes the show in like minutes. He's just like, boom, 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 there, crap, who cares? Nobody remembers, nobody gives a shit. So, of course, he's going to look at you going, I had to either do one or the other. He's like, how? I'll go to a meeting and also write an entire Raw in 15 minutes. What's the problem? So, they do more Sopranos spoilers. Tony and Christopher. And he's just feeling like they're growing apart, where they're just like tolerating each other. And that the tension was palpable as we reviewed Weekly Creative. They kind of resent him for not finding his replacement, and so they just hire somebody else. And they're just like, okay, you're not interested, and they bring in somebody else. And so he starts being passive-aggressive, reacting Now, Gus, tell me if this is a coward or not. He's pulling a reverse schmucky. So when Vince starts talking, internally, he's reacting because that's the hackiest thing ever uttered. I never actually said as much, but I think Vince could sense it in my body language.
Coward.
He'd tell me something I had written needed to be more sophisticated. And out loud I would say, okay. However, my facial expression would convey, you wouldn't know sophisticated if someone shoved a cane, a monocle, and a copy of the New Yorker up your ass.
Yeah, total coward.
Vince could read body language better than most. I think he knew exactly what I was feeling. And it came head-to-head in November 2010, the Dwayne Wade incident. We're almost... Okay, so here we go. He says that he wants Miz to... they're in Miami. He wants Miz to bring up that LeBron is Dwayne Wade's sidekick. Okay, LeBron has just gone to the Heat. Okay, Miz is a heel. He's done local sports humor all the time. Done and done. Vince doesn't know who Dwayne Wade is. Damn it, Brian. Just because you're a sports fan doesn't mean the audience is. You think our audience likes sports? Vince asked, looking particularly disgusted. So then Brian goes, well, he writes this, he's not saying it. Well, since, Monday Night Football kicks our ass and our ratings go down while it's on, and, it goes down during the NBA playoffs, and all our market research and constant attempts to create a quote-unquote sports center moment, plus what I would see with my own eyes when I watch the show, yes, I think, yes, our fans do like other sports. I didn't say that.
Coward.
It's kind of weird because
what?
Oftentimes guys will go for that cheap heat.
I do, yeah.
I was just watching that Rumble 08 and Santino's going off on the New York Giants.
Yeah. Oh, they've referenced athletes much less known.
Lawler does it all the time, yeah. in Cleveland.
So I think he's right. He's just picking on old Brian.
Yeah.
Instead, I did the one thing you should never do. I protested, and I wrote, "Is that a word for challenged?"
Or confrontation.
Yes. Okay. All right. I'm back. All right. So he challenges Vince, which we know that Vince likes if you do it in the right way. So Vince says, what did he say? You think our audience likes sports? Brian says, why is this a two-person debate? You have a room full of people sitting here. Why not ask any of them? And I wrote, hell yeah, dude, get it. Vince's reaction is normal. He slammed his hand on the table and said, I'm not talking to them, I'm talking to you. And of course, he's ending the book this way. I don't remember the rest of the argument. Okay. But I do remember the subtext. And essentially he says that he tells Vince, you're completely out of touch. You have no idea what's going on in the world outside of your precious WWE bubble. And Vince essentially says, you're openly defying your boss. You're trying to show me up in front of a room full of my trusted employees. Who in the holy fuck do you think you are? So this was just tension boiling over at the worst possible time. Vince was itching for a fight, and I was more than happy to give him one. He's burned out. He just doesn't care anymore. So the next day, they've come to the room to present Raw to Vince. And Vince says, yesterday was not good. 99 out of 100 times I would have agreed and apologized for losing my head. Instead, I commented, I thought it was great. Healthy debate is a good thing. Vince just shook his head in disappointment. And he's remembering Vince saying, if you fight me, you're going to lose every time. In that moment, I was saying, sounds like a challenge. So he's doing that. As Gus was saying, he's not feeling validated. He's not feeling appreciated. I was certainly angry. Remember when he was going on Vince Russo for feeling all these things?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I was angry at Vince for not appreciating me more. Angry at myself for messing up the whole management thing. So, he felt like he'd crossed the line with Vince. Tensions rode, but like they just keep working week after week. Tensions rode high as we headed into WrestleMania season. The good news is ratings have gone up because of Monday Night Football ending.
Our fans don't like to watch sports, as the audience like shrinks in half every fucking year.
We had a productive week in the office where we laid out the Michael Cole, Jerry Lawler WrestleMania story, which Vince had taken an extremely strong interest in. And I wrote, weird. Why? Why that one? We had arranged for Stone Cold to be named the special guest referee in week 3 of the 5-week build. During a production meeting in week 1, Vince forgot what we'd laid out and wanted to name Stone Cold the referee that night. I made the mistake of correcting him. So Brian starts going, no, this was the plan. This, and he's laying it all, going beat by beat for the 5 weeks. And Vince cuts Brian off and goes, Jesus Christ, we get it. Vince was feeling like Brian was trying to show him up again. I truly wasn't, but Vince felt otherwise. Again, a big theme in front of and behind the cameras at WWE is perception is reality, which just sounds like a thing they say to be like, that thing, it's not true what I'm saying, right? But we think it is, so it must be. Which is like, you got to be looking at people going, no, is this gaslighting correct? This kind of thing where
It is, yeah, absolutely.
Yes. my perception, even though you think it's reality. So now he's thinking, maybe I'm just gonna like throw a cup of water at Vince's face. He fantasizes about throwing it, and then where is he gonna run? Triple H would tackle me. John Laurinaitis would want to make a good showing and do the same. Little shot at John Laurinaitis. Arn Anderson might not knowing what the hell is going on, so Arn's always checked out at these meetings. I'll make a break for the Arn row. So he pulls Vince aside after this, kind of like, Vince keeps like shutting him down and snapping at him. It's just him and Vince in the room. Vince says, "You're trying to show me up." And he goes,
I love just paranoid bully Vince here.
I emphatically denied this. I then told him, "Look, you're always asking me to have new writers speak up in these production meetings. You want to be challenged, right? You don't want people to be tentative. Vince, if they see you're snapping at me, someone who's been here over 10 years, then none of them are going to say anything." Vince paused. And Vince's like, he's comprehending this. And he's like, maybe this is it. This is the end of the tension. We're going to like hug it out. We're going to apologize. Instead, Vince said, "Well, if that's how you feel, then fuck them and fuck you." Brian's speechless. He got the first time he like Mr. McMahon. He was like, he got guttural. But then he also is a loser, so he's like, that was pretty cool that Vince like got that mad at me that he like turned into Mr. McMahon. By the end of 2011, I finally got something I'd been advocating for. Can I just not be on the road and I write in the office?
Right, but nothing happens. He keeps working with them after that.
Yep. Because he goes, none of this matters because Vince changes it, so whatever. And also, Vince still hated me because he likes people being there. Well, okay. So Eric Tankowski, he was hired to oversee the teams as a whole in the executive position. I had been told to abdicate. I started leaning on Eric to meet with Vince one-on-one to go over creative so I could be spared the minefield of actually being in a meeting with him. This is... Brian, who's been over there for 10 years, is now just like scared. He doesn't want to deal. He's just over it. Finally, attention was building, so he asked for a meeting. They're in Stanford. They're in the tower. He's having a meeting with Vince. He spent over an hour. We spent over an hour venting our frustrations to each other. A far cry from our first meeting, where we'd laughed about a college friend losing the Rumble pool. Vince accused me of essentially not being a team player and only caring about, quote-unquote, my shit. And I was just laughing because this guy's been a toady for years, and Vince still, like years into this guy's tenure, is like, all you care about is yourself.
Yeah.
It's just wow that Vince is sitting there and he's like, but what? This guy is a billionaire, and he's like, but what about me and my feelings? You know how you've made me feel? Do you even care about this place? And this guy has been just yesing for years and just being he's throwing chairs at the XFL all those years ago. At one point, Vince said that there were plenty of times that he was ready to show me the door, but didn't. Very cool. Vince is trying that out. There was times I wanted to fire you, but I kept you on. And so Brian's like, well, I wanted to quit, and I stayed. This is just he's like, neither of us were lying. It's just weird. A weird feeling. Neither of us wanted to sacrifice pride. Brian can't even be being picked up being abused in the moment. He's writing about this and looking back, and he's like, it's like fucked up, right? That meeting, like, he's my boss, and he's like, he wants me to come to him. So he's like, he says Vince asked Eric to start looking for my replacement, but meanwhile, I was also looking for a way out. I had reached out to meet with The Rock's manager and business partner and ex-wife, Danny Garcia. I like that he puts all those in there, whom I'd known for years, along with his agent, Brad Slater. I had been working at an at-will contract, meaning I was free to quit any time I wanted. Danny and Dwayne were starting their own production company, $7 Production, footnote alert. Named after the $7 Dwayne had in his pocket when his dad picked him up in Miami. Gus, no, put the gun down. Gus, put the gun down. After he'd been cut from the Canadian Football League, and not the amount of venison on his ranch, as I had once inexplicably thought.
No, you didn't.
He said he called it venison, not like deer or...
Yeah, venison's the
it's the meat, yeah.
Product,
Man,
yeah.
venison meat, yeah. He goes, hey, look at all that venison out there. There's 7 of them. $7.
Yep.
Well, it turned out I didn't have to find a way. Because he's like, how do I shift over to there and then leave? A way found me in the form of a 2.5 rating for Raw in October 2012. Ironically, for a show I didn't write as I was on vacation that week.
Brian, you're responsible for...
Yes.
They're your characters. This is...
Well, I sent the card to you guys on the disc, on the message. That card.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, the one that got the 2.5. Let's see here.
Oh, I remember you saying that.
Cody was on that card.
Oh, that one.
Team Rhodes Scholars. Cody Rhodes and Sandow defeat Rey Mysterio and Sin Cara in the finals of a tag team championship tournament. Kofi Kingston defeats Michael McGillicuddy. Justin Gabriel defeats Cesaro. Ryback defeats The Miz. Dolph Ziggler defeats Daniel Bryan. The Big Show defeats Kane with Daniel Bryan. Albert Del Rio defeats Zack Ryder. And CM Punk defeats Sheamus in a lumberjack match. Way to go, CM Punk. You got Bryan fired.
Seems fine.
Sounds like a great show. So he gets called into the office. Eric's there. I always found Eric to be a straight shooter. So funny. He told me Vince wanted to make a change and shake things up. I was being offered 2 choices. Either I could step away from WWE entirely with a generous severance package, or I could stay on as a creative consultant at a lower salary, but with no end date attached. I could potentially do this for years, and I would be allowed to work on outside non-WWE projects, something that wasn't viable when I was working full-time. So this isn't the Vince playbook we know. This is him going, you're going to come crawling fucking back when none of your shit works out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm paying you less. And you're still going to do the same amount of work that you already were doing. Eric told me this somberly, but this was perfect. I told Dwayne and Danny the news. They agreed that this is ideal.
He was fired, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he says they could have easily just cut the cord and ended things, but by offering the consultant role while allowing me to work on whatever I wanted, they showed their appreciation for me both professionally and personally.
They didn't want The Rock to get mad at them.
Now here's the thing. So he's getting script and he's just sending back feedback. But here's the thing. They tell him when he's like, I'm ready to come on board. They're like, the only issue is this was the nascent stages of $7. They weren't ready to hire me full time just yet. Still, there was light at the end of the tunnel. So he's kind of like half working for 2 companies now.
Yeah.
But then he calls out the insiders. The insiders had reported that I was fired. And that Vince was yelling, I want results or I want resignations. Footnote alert, Brian, that's an awesome line, but it wasn't uttered by Vince nor anyone else. How do you know? I think Vince did say it in a meeting after you were gone. I don't know. They said the consultant position was just a token role. It wasn't. I wouldn't have any say on the shows. I had plenty. And that I'd be done as soon as my contract expired that year. My contract didn't have an end date.
What a bitch.
Yeah, that's really.
Well, now he's out of the office and their relationship starts improving. And one time he goes into the office to have a meeting to meet with the writers. And he runs into Triple H. You know, he's working in the office. He's not hearing or seeing anything, but he's working in the office with Vince. And Paul says, good old Triple H, so I'm on the phone with Vince, and he starts telling me what he thinks we should do next week to improve Raw. As he's talking, I'm thinking, this all sounds very familiar. Then it hit me. He's literally just reading your fucking feedback. Paul, I call him Paul now, said this with a laugh and a smile. And over the years, we gained a healthy respect for each other, and I think he was glad to see the tide turning in Vince's relationship with me. I know I was. In 2015, Dwayne called me with the news I'd been waiting to hear. He and Danny were ready to come have me join $7 full time. 3 years later. What were they waiting for, you think?
I know, they could have employed him at any time.
After 16 years, 13 full-time, and nearly 3 part-time, it was time to leave the WWE.
What do you think Brian was paid by Vince? $250? I think that's too high or too low.
When he was
too
head
high.
writer, I think that's too high.
Really?
I'm guessing 140.
God, that's insane. That's an insane amount of work for 140. And I say that as someone who doesn't make close to that, but I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do this for 140.
I know when I interviewed them for like a software engineer position,
Yeah.
they were like 30% below like market average.
Sure.
Like it was insulting. Like you have to be like a complete like
Mark.
They want the
Yeah.
people putting the Funko Pops in their cubicle.
Yeah.
They're
Yep.
here, baby. They're here. So he later sees Triple H, Stephanie, and Vince. You know, he's visiting. He's back. He's visiting years later. And I told him, or this is when he's, this is his last day. I told him that even though it was my last day, it really wasn't. WWE would always be a part of me. Vince smiled and started to make his way out. Before he did, he stopped in front of me and gave him a hug. Said, I love you, Brian. Brian fumbled his words and said, I also feel that way as, I love you too, Vince. Steph and Paul had a good laugh as Vince headed off to produce the show, and I went off to start the next phase of my life. And I wrote, abuse complete. Vince continuously has you under his thumb for the rest of his life. And the end. And he's moved on. He's not even thinking about you anymore. So then he's like full circle, epilogue. He's grateful for his entire WWE experience. He visits when he can. He's glad he runs into old stars and it's all water under the bridge. He specifically shouts out Sean Waltman. He says, yeah, but then, you know, when The Rock comes back, he's there. There he was again with Becky Lynch and Baron Corbin for SmackDown debuting on Fox. But now he wasn't stressed because it was some other guy's job to take that piece of paper and hand it to Vince.
When he's backstage, he hums to himself Madonna's "This Used to Be My Playground."
Mm-hmm.
Okay, keep going.
it's a problem.
Take us out.
I like this. It's not a footnote. It's just a parentheses. Staples Center, now the Crypto.com arena. Thanks, Brian. So he sees Vince there at the Crypto.com arena, and he runs towards Vince, and people are like, security's like, oh, hey, and he goes, it's okay, I'm a former WWE writer. Vince smiled, gave them the go-ahead, and we hugged and caught up before he got in his limo and sped off. Finally, the WWE film's advice of watching Dumb and Dumber paid off. So he thinks it's like Lloyd Christmas, anything. This is the end. Then he's like, anyways, if you want to know how to get a job writing for WWE, I don't know, stick to the basics. Write up a sample. Have it be your best work. If you have an agent, have them call WWE. He literally says, check the WWE corporate website or LinkedIn. Job postings are always
Thanks,
popping
Brian.
up.
Yeah, thanks. Let's,
If you submit your sample, be persistent, but don't be too persistent. If you don't have the requisite experience they look for in a writer, apply to be a writer's assistant. It's not the most glamorous job in the world, but you'll probably end up being a full-time writer. And if you don't get that job, don't sweat it. Ever since I saw my uncle's name in the credits of Taxi when I was 7 years old, I wanted to be a sitcom writer. Again, he states this as that's his dream. I got to be one. And then I took what I thought would be a short detour, working as a writer at WWE, and it turned out to be a decade-and-a-half odyssey. And what happened once I left? I've gone full circle. 22 years after I turned in my last script on Big Wolf on campus, I wrote an episode, parentheses, along with Dwayne and Hiram. These guys again. Did he even write this book, or did Dwayne and Hiram write it, or dictate it, and he transcribed it? Who's responsible for the footnotes? They wrote Young Rock, which means I'm literally writing characters based on real people I've worked with for years. Pat Patterson, Downtown Bruno, Steve Lombardi, Michael Hayes, Bruce Pritchard, Steve Austin, Triple
So he
A.
only
Mick
co-wrote
Foley.
one episode?
I don't even think he's listed in the credits when we looked at his IMDb. I don't even think he has a credit.
I know he didn't on the Wahlberg movie that you thought he would.
I thought maybe he'd be like an exec. But he's not. Known for Young Rock, writer. Let's just get down to the writing credits. Young Rock, one episode. What episode? Season 2, episode 8, Corpus Christi.
That's the episode he's talking about.
Yeah.
That's it. Wow. One episode. Yeah, there
It's
it is.
Texas. Dwayne meets Stone Cold. Is that the one?
Wow, he's really done nothing.
The Rock meets a hostile crowd.
Good job.
Well,
Brian.
Larry, Brian would say to you, let me know when your life is getting pitched.
Which doesn't really mean anything because Brian's life isn't the one being pitched.
Yes. Rock's
So
life.
he's like living through the Rock again. He's just a surrogate.
I mean, he tweeted at Cody. He's in the storyline, right?
I know.
I told him about your silly ass dog, dude. Man, that promo Cody cut also just the shits. Just the fucking shits.
I didn't see that one.
Oof. I mean, now his face was working.
Should have stayed as Stardust.
I've thought about downloading that Cody promo and just cutting all the facial tics where he's like, okay. So when I started in WWE, I was the Hollywood guy. In Australia, on the set of Young Rock, pretty much known as the wrestling guy. You don't say. Footnote alert. And my God, is it the last? It is the last one. And the guy who orders Uber Eats for lunch every day instead of eating on-set catering. It's not my fault. In Australia, asking for a turkey sandwich is like asking for owl meat. Don't even get me started on the absence of challah bread. I'm saying this right. Challah bread. I think we already had this covered on one of the episodes. Challah bread.
That's because I made French toast out of it. And you thought it was a fancy food.
So, bread is fancy. So the last footnote is just as great as all the other ones. Just worthwhile. He's in Australia or not eating catering. I may not have a closet full of Emmys, but I can say I wrote / helped come up with. Brian, this is tenuous here. This is very thin line we're drawing. Because some of these, doesn't Chris Jericho take credit for the Money in the Bank with Eric Bischoff?
Yeah.
But I can say I wrote / helped come up with Money in the Bank, Jonathan Coachman dancing the Charleston, and taking Ron Simmons' damn catchphrase and putting it at the end of several hundred random promo segments.
Oh, cool.
So he's like, how do I wrap this all up? Well, I guess I'll tell you some Michael Hayes stories. I was turning 30 in LA. It was a shared birthday. A friend who happened to invite some celebrities.
I'm laughing at this one.
Michael insulted actor Jaleel White by repeatedly calling him Urkel. Then he cut the long line of a single-person bathroom and jammed his way in. Moments later, a friend emerged in a daze and said a large, scary man with a fanny pack just barged in and pissed in the sink. Or it could be years later. It was another birthday in New York City, and late in the night we lost Michael. We had no idea where he was. He called us. He wanted us to pick him up. We asked him where he was. He said, how the fuck should I know? Something called the FDR. The sight of New York City drivers gazing upon a wild-eyed Michael Hayes while he wandered aimlessly down the FDR at 2 a.m. was strong imagery to end a book on, but that's not quite it. It could be the time we almost didn't hire a writer's assistant because he used to intern at the Howard Stern show. Michael legitimately asked, how do we know Howard didn't send him here as a spy to get all our secrets?
What does that mean? I'd love to know who it is.
What is Michael Hayes even?
Yeah, I don't know what he's
This
talking
guy is hopped up.
What is Stern stealing? You work with them.
know.
I mean, their guys go on the show all the time.
Our rating secrets for his radio show. Or the time I questioned why he named his dog Splotif. Hello? Michael replied as if I were an idiot. It's short for explotif. I don't know how a man went his entire life without hearing the word explosive, but Michael managed to do it. And then he brings up another one. They're in a production meeting. They want a new Raw tagline.
And then he tells Mark Henry that I'm more of...
Yeah.
Oh, this isn't that story?
Yeah, no, we're not going to end on that. Brian thinks he's cute.
Brian is very taken by Michael's
yes
antics.
This was the guest host era, and Michael was telling everybody that he wants to pitch the tagline for Raw. The entertainment show. The entertainers go to when they want to be entertained. So Vince gets word of it. He's like, let's hear the pitches for the tagline. And Michael Hayes stands up and says, the entertainment show the entertainers go to when they want to be entertained. You could tell he's very proud of himself. Vince looked at Michael and said, strong, Michael. Damn strong.
Vince loves that.
Yes.
Because we hear that from Punk.
Yeah.
We hear it from Brian here.
Yeah. And I think, Moxley would drop a, good shit. Strong. Vince then kept a straight face, and then he just burst out laughing. And the whole room starts laughing and pointing. It's that kind of culture.
He's Schmucky the Clown for today.
Yeah. But credit to Michael, and I do like this. Michael Hayes stood his ground as the laughter rained down and said, fuck y'all. That's a good line. And then he sat back down. That story sums up my feelings in WWE. High-stakes pressure, misplaced confidence, immense satisfaction, pure exasperation, some mild humiliation, and ultimately, acceptance. Brian just wants acceptance. Because ultimately, pro wrestling is life. And life is pro wrestling. Gus, crying.
Yeah.
Now ring the damn bell. And I will not read his acknowledgments, which he gets kind of. I mean,
Where did Brian say he was born? That's okay. It's not in alphabetical. Chronological order. Because I'm reading his acknowledgments,
yeah.
and he's talking about his father Ed.
Mm-hmm,
And I see an Ed Gewirtz who just died from Long Island.
Oh, that might be.
And he would be
Chris.
75, which would be Brian's 50. So
Rest in power, Ed, if that was you.
I want to see what he did, though.
Clearly didn't do a great job as a father.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Now we're never going to get him on.
Oh, do I think this is him? I see let's see, Edward N. Gewirtz. What is the middle initial here? It doesn't say.
Wasn't he a lawyer? Didn't he say
Yeah,
my
this
dad was
says
a lawyer?
Bronstein, Gewirtz, and Grossman, LLC. He's, I'll send it to you. Okay.
I'm reading some of these. If this is click this. Oh, this isn't him. Come on.
You don't think?
Does he look like Howard?
I don't remember what, See, that's what would be weird to me, is he looks kind of orthodox, and Howard clearly probably wasn't.
No.
Writing for sitcoms. Yeah, he was living the fast life. You think Two Brothers changed that much, or do you think that's a different guy?
Is that guy taking his son to wrestling shows?
Oh, wait, here we go. You're right. He has a different middle name because Edward David Gewirtz. 50 years of experience. Miami School of Law. And he's in Woodmere as well. Wow, there's a lot of Gewirtzes in Woodmere. Oh, no, that would be the guy that died then. So his father did just die. Okay, so I send my condolences to Mr. Brian.
You think it's him?
Yeah, I do. It's because I found another one. Same city. That's him. Maybe that's why Brian snapped at that fan.
Maybe he's getting snippy on Twitter. He's working it out.
You should ask him if that's been getting to him. I'm sure he
Ooh,
appreciates.
see, that's why I'm saying if I was unleashed, I could definitely trigger.
No, don't. You gotta get him on. Answer for his crimes. Yeah, look. Whoa, Donna and Edward, birth notice. Is this Brian's birth notice?
Oh, Jesus.
In the New York Times?
Oh, wow.
I don't know. Let's see. Yes, it is. I found it. Donna and Edward Gewirtz joyfully announced the birth of Brian's sister, Randy Sarah. It's his sister, Randy Sarah. That's it on July 27, 1977. So they did that. They announced it in the New York Times. Births. How can we find Brian's announcement?
I don't know. All right, are we done? I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, I'm tired. I'm so tired.
All right.
Triple
Goodbye.
H. Yeah.
Triple H.
All right, bye.